Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Component Cast, bringing you the Elendor Chronicles. Tonight's show is possibly going to be one of the last for this year, depending on how things go and how things are going. Like I said, December is a time that we tend to take off for the Component Cast, but because we've been also back and forth, because I got ill, I went away, all sorts of stuff happened for the last couple of weeks. It's been very higgledy-piggledy. One way you can fix that and make sure you're notified of when these broadcasts are definitely happening is to be on our Discord. We'll also be making announcements of when each of our shows will be returning in the new year over there. So please go and check us out there. We're also going to have a bit of a pause for Cyberpunk coming for the next period. And I think Lancer's got one more week.
Yeah, we got one more. We got tomorrow's game, and then that's it.
Yeah,
then we're done for the rest of it.
So yes, a lot of our shows all going to be going a little bit dormant. It allows us to do our season production, especially for Elendor, etc. But even so, that's kind of the main sort of serious announcement. Other than that, just thank you everybody for a fantastic year. We've seen some absolutely wonderful support through the Twitch streams, through our YouTube, through our various podcasts, which you can get on whichever platform you prefer to listen to podcasts, and to the soundtrack and its release this year. It's been absolutely wonderful for your support, so thank you so much. If you do want to support us even closer, though, please consider checking out our Patreon. It's where we get the biggest slice of the pie, and as soon as I finish writing something, I should be able to post on there. You also get behind the scenes stuff, updates about all sorts of fun things. I'm going to be posting some reworks that I've been doing to the Elendor world there very, very shortly. It's currently like a 5,000 word document right now, and I'm not done. So
it's ridiculous.
You'll be seeing that soon. So yeah, if you want all sorts of scoops and stuff, you can get it over there. I'll also hopefully over Christmas, when I've got a bit more time, especially for these final sessions, hand out some maybe some character builds and handouts. Oh, did we lose someone, or did camera go on and off? Oh, I think Lambert, I think your camera blew up so white it looked like to me that someone disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need a new camera for Christmas. It's happening. I'm gonna get an upgrade. It's about time.
Yeah, nice. Anyway, without further ado, let's not hold on. Let's not keep everybody here waiting. Let's get on with tonight's episode. So, I just got a Slack message as we came back in. So. I'm going to do the recap because it's been so damn long. Last time we left off, the party finally regrouped after being split their own separate ways across the globe, frankly. The continent of Longreach, for around a month, seeing to a multitude of tasks, whether that be downtime, relaxation, but also politicizing and courtly conversation. You all took about you all took to achieving different goals. We had a team that visited the Rien and also, by extension, the plains of the Nardathel, headed up by Ruby and Breton, who not only took the time to relax and return home for the first time in many months, actually in years in Breton's case, but they sought about doing some research into the Book of Ascension, the fabled first edition copy that they found that the Emperor Godric had. And they spent some time in the capital doing some heavy research, unveiling that you might possibly be resting at the cusp of a coming apocalypse, with one very prophecy from said book happening right before their very eyes. Next up, we had Team Skyfire, headed up by good old Captain Zep Skyspan, where the ship received a multitude of refits, getting itself some well-deserved tuning and upgrades, as well as checking into Legerong's land and seeing how Zep's homeland had been doing. In that time, we also met a new companion, a young avian friend by the name of Kettle. Those two teams then regrouped. But finally, we had the third team, made up of Zedaar, James, and Valymr, that spent time as ambassadors of the Rien within the Eladrin Empire. And we saw firsthand for the first time the scope and intricate workings of the Eladrin Empire from its highest levels of aristocracy. You befriended one of the daughters of Eladrin the Immortal himself and used political connections to finally gain an audience with them. All of the parties, the various parties that make up the Skyfire Adventuring Company now, managed to convince their various leaders to come to a meeting in order to discuss the possible coming apocalypse. This meeting is set to happen at the isle in which sits Blackbeak Manor, the stately home of a certain author of secret histories that you met all the way back in Atria. You compiled a list of guests and set a date for a summit of sorts. We now find ourselves on, say, the eve of the day, or the not the eve of the summit itself, but the eve of when the guests are set to be arriving from. Obviously, with various parties from all over the globe. Yes, there's teleportation available, but not everyone's going to come through right at the same time. People have to finish certain things up. There's a small window for people to come in from, which leads us to the 7th of High Blossom. Is there anything anyone would like to do, friends? I take it you would all be sort of at the location for the summit at this point. Unless anyone has something else they wanted to do during this time directly.
Does this particular individual who owns this building have a library?
Yes, a pretty extensive one. The individual, just as a reminder, because
Keep undead wizard lady.
She's not a wizard, but somewhat undead. Lady.
Undead lich lady.
She's not a lich. She's found herself in the lands between life and death through other means.
Okay, yeah, sure. Cool.
Yes, sure.
I don't want to expand on further because I don't know. I am going to look up. Does she have anything about Caloris? Just because I'm curious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Make an investigation or a history check.
One of those
As
all
you've been,
young
if you've been
proficient.
spending some time here, you can definitely have done this. But if you've been going
Sure.
back and forth for anything,
Uh,
is there also
I
is there
think-
anything anyone would would have wanted to set up before the event? Please let it be known now. You don't find anything. Well, so no, you do find things, but it's nothing that you don't already know.
Sure.
I don't think there's much in the way of things I'd want to be setting up. I guess, other than, you know, the standard, we need a pavilion, or we need, like, you know, I suppose Ruby would be in charge of food, but...
I am going to give Valymr another teleportation circle sequence into his glove. Just in case.
I don't think I used it, so it's still there.
You had to have come back.
I was sent by Selena, no?
Yes,
Yeah, we
actually,
we
yeah,
got-
they got
okay.
maneuvered here by other means.
Okay,
Can
cool. Never
spelling
mind.
that glove go bad? Does it go rancid?
Expiration date.
Rancid.
Rancid
Best
magic.
if used by.
Honestly,
Yeah.
rancid
Look.
magic is like, as a concept, that's quite cool. Like if it's past its sell-by date, wild magic starts happening.
Is that just not necromancy magic?
No. I mean, with
No, no, no,
rancid
like-
magic.
like,
unstable
like-
magic, shall we say? Like,
it goes bad.
oh yeah, the magic's gone bad. The person who put this on turned themselves into a sheep.
Don't want to drink that health potion. That went off 2 years ago.
Oh, actually, yeah. Speaking of that,
Oh.
don't we need to check all of our potions to see if they're potiony still? Wasn't that a thing in when
That happened
remember
way
that
back
when
when
I
we were at
died?
the Isle.
Did we?
Yeah,
Already
you
happened.
casting spells ruined all the potions. We know
yeah,
this.
can we
already.
get Shane
Months
to like
ago.
give them all a once over? See what we need to
Already
throw
did that,
out,
yeah.
and replace.
Yeah, no, we already did that.
Jinx
We
it.
already went through that.
It was everything.
Yeah.
All the potions went bad.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah,
it
months
was all the
ago,
ones
we went
on your
through that.
person. Yes.
Yeah.
At some point, can I have gone to the shops and replaced them with exactly what I had before? And just how much money would that mean?
I
'Cause-
don't know. I would require what potion list you need. I can't tell
It
you
was-
how much
it was-
money without knowing what potions you have. Sadly, I do not have an eidetic memory of your
And why
inventory.
not, Midge?
Because I've been. Look, I just had to flush out the personalities of 70 guests for this party. To know, I barely remember your backstories.
I'm just gonna assume they're all done and gone and
Yes.
dead.
Yep, they were all done. They were all bad.
Mm. Yeah, all right. I'm just gonna delete them then.
Specifically, I think it's the health potions, and yeah, it's anything that you were carrying directly on you. Obviously, you have got Moses who can make health potions on the ship as well,
Right.
as well as
The
James.
utility ones were I think were the big issue, like the
Heroism,
water walk.
heroism,
Yeah,
water walk.
lost
Yeah,
the
potions
heroism
of
one.
heroism were there was like 3 or 4 of those that got lost.
I think the only thing I'd be like really pushed to replace then would be the potion of featherfall.
Mm,
So I don't know,
Parachute,
should I just
yeah.
take off like 100 gold to say I went and found one in the Alleged Empire somewhere
Whoa.
at some point?
probably.
How much? Actually, how much is a featherfall potion?
I will just double check.
100 gold.
but-
You already set up.
I got scammed, maybe, or I got a great deal. I don't know.
Tossing around all this money. Kettle still has only got the 10 gold. she
Wait,
started
no,
with.
that's twice as more expensive as it should be. No.
I will look that up. But
Sure.
Yeah, 100 gold. Legitimately, it's 120 according to my price list, but I'll give it to you for 100.
I got a deal.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything much that I would have looked up. I mean, knowing there's a library, I'd have gone there looking for text that no one else can read. But you know, Just flicks the eyeballs.
Okay. Any last requests of the gathering? Any people that you want to reach out to before this goes down?
Yeah, I got a list of 20.
Put it this way, friend. This is the you've clicked on the door, and the marker saying if you want to complete any side quests before you move on, as the state of the world might change, has popped up with the advent of the Summit of Great Big House.
Pool of water that we need to walk down
Somebody
into,
finished
maybe.
the second act of Baldur's Gate 3.
I was actually going Fallout 3 when you're at the top of the thing, but yeah.
Oh,
All sort of games do this. RPGs do
Yeah.
this all the time. So like basically, you're about to progress to an area where your life is about to progress in ways you do not know.
We can't long rest past this point.
You can only comprehend. Well, you'll be able to long rest, but I mean,
I
there
can't
won't be
save
any-
scum past this point.
But
Why is the
I will
save
not.
function grayed out?
Yeah. Well, it's the thing of like this 3 months of time that you've had between the 45 days you've had between regrouping and this being ready. This is where this is going to end. So,
I actually, there's something that I've been doing for a while. Is there anyone that has come to this area that is somewhat proficient with polearms that I could train with?
to this random house island.
Sure, anywhere
No.
I'm at, anywhere. Okay.
Where have you been? Tell me.
I've been to the Alleged Empire, all over that place. It's great.
I do have something Ruby and Soul would have tried to do.
Okay,
To the
let me
Eladrin
deal with
Empire.
Valymr.
It's like saying,
Are
I've
you
been
looking
Germany,
to
I
try
should know
and
polearms, right?
train yourself in polearm proficiency?
Yeah.
As in the feat polearm master.
Is that the one that I was going for? It's been a while. I can't remember.
You are the player of your character. I need
Yes.
What do
you
you
to.
want?
What
Yes,
do you
polearm
want?
mastery. I would like to train polearm mastery.
Okay. You may set aside the requisite gold amount to complete the training of polearm mastery because you've had a lot of downtime.
How much is that costing?
I don't know how much you've gone through.
I have. It says 1 out of 10 right now.
Right. Let me double check training feats. What I went with it.
Also, it hurts to smile. Please
Just
stop
double
being
checking
so
there
funny.
isn't you don't gain a stat.
No, not from polearm master.
I spelt feet wrong and I got some very different fucking search results.
Wow.
Just
Training feet
size 12
became
at the end of a
training
poll.
feet.
gonna get some
Let's
zoomies.
say
Been-
500
been a
gold.
month.
Let's fucking to do the rest. I'm
To
gonna,
do the whole of it. All right.
That's
That's the GM just going like, fuck it.
yeah. I think it's about that, to be fair, from when we've done it before.
Okay. I now have polearm master.
Yes, you do. Beth, what would you like to do with Ruby / Well, you're Ruby right now, so what would Ruby like to do?
She is going to spend majority of her time in a period of introspection
Okay.
and trying to master her ability to swap between the two without posing a risk, and if even so possible, no longer require the possibility that even she has to. That she can't. It's the difference between Soul and Ruby becomes indistinguishable.
Okay. You can certainly try. What kind of check would this be?
If this needs to be a done later thing, then yeah. But that
I would say that
she's trying to fuse the two together.
give me.
Fusion.
It's gonna give me an Arcana check, followed by just a straight Charisma check.
Okay. Here's my Arcana. That is a natural 1.
Gonna have a Tuvix situation going on.
And here is
Great
my
start.
Oh no, my rolls have been there's a 19. So charisma
Made up for it.
24.
Okay. You spend a lot of this downtime period where you're just awaiting the inevitable, ever thinking and playing with the idea that the apocalypse is possibly on the horizon, and you want to be strong enough when the time comes to face it. So you sit and you mull on that, and you're not sure what it is, but there is a burning, a wall of fire that just really it holds back. It is every time you feel like the fire dies down and it gets easier to make that switch, you'll sleep and the burning is back, like a dull headache, like the residue of a fever. You can't quite shake it. You feel like, though, that you have, whilst you have healing yet to do, there is, the fire hasn't grown stronger and it has not gotten worse in any way. It is being firmly contained by whichever soul is inactive currently.
Okay.
That's the best you get from that. Anybody else? The save point, the marker is up. So
I would just be trying to work my way in as Selena's personal doctor.
yes, you were planning, and also you were using this time to just make advancements on the cures and stuff. So you know what?
Yep.
Give me some medicine checks, please, James. And give me a persuasion check as well. Just because you're also on the side trying to lean into.
Yep.
Can I be aiding in the thing with the plague by giving my blood as both like a paladin resistant to it through paladininess, and also like of
as
ancestry?
As a sample? You do know, however, that the affliction is actually less potent on drow anyway.
Yeah.
So possibly
But
not the
why?
best
It
side.
might be in the blood.
It's true. You can definitely give samples. I won't say it provides much advantage except for expanding the sample pool.
Okay.
I'm just looking up for what my vermilion one does. I think it is.
Vermilion is such a
alluring.
good word.
It is.
Yeah, alluring.
Vermilion is
Okay.
one of the soul colors of the crystal seals. For the
Alright.
Warforged as well. I love it. It's a
So I'll
good
have
word.
advantage on the charisma check here. So I'll do the persuasion one first.
Sure.
An 8.
You get the impression that after being betrayed by her last doctor, she is very unwilling to open up yet. However, if you make significant gains on the curative measures
I'm
towards the
curry
plague,
some
you might be-
favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I guess Selena approves every now and then. All right.
Selena will remember this.
Yeah. And then medicine, you one.
Yes.
Two,
Medicine
the
as
first
you.
one.
because
Jeez.
Medicines are going to be as you like study the samples more than anything. You're proficient enough in alchemy that you can like start coming up with and creating cures, but this is more to gain insight into the
That first one was a 5.
problems. Yep.
It was
Give
a
me
sad
another one.
day.
I want 3. So I'll see if you get anything for this period.
That'd be a 21. And last one. 16. So 5, 21, and 16.
Something you notice quite heavily is if you ever try to like attack the infection with, say, acids or poisons, it attacks back. Almost like that the tumoristic parts that get engulfed by this, both in its tree-like form, because you'd taken some samples of the tree sap and stuff, and in its more natural form, it's like the corruption eats away at poison. And sometimes you've noticed, even with certain poisons and acids, etc., it grows from it. It gets worse than it would just feeding off of living organism.
Okay.
You also you are included as well in some research as to what various druids and clerics have tried over the years, and they give you follow direct examples, and you notice in some of the studies, etc., you see that divine magic only seems to inflame, so like healing magic on trying to cure this, so like a restoration spell of sorts, rather than whilst the infection does sort of go into a small stasis for a while, the restoration directly harms the host in that time. And you notice the druidcraft, the reason that they go for like the tree form and everything, they found that various druidcraft spells, the healing properties of things such as good berries, whatever thing, they found that whilst it never heals it fully, it seems to, the natural does seem to slow it, but more for the fact of, because this infection seems to be targeting the Fae, due to their like direct relationship with nature, just in physicality, especially with the Elandrin, it's almost like the plague itself is able to like recognizes it as one of its targets. So it's almost like, rather than healing the person, you're increasing the target pool, and therefore the person is less affected because there's the infection is having to deal with more.
Gotcha. So it's actively attacking any types of like medications. Radiant things of radiant nature are harmful to the host, and they only cause the virus to go into a stasis. And natural magics attract its ire, I guess you could say. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Which is why you can understand now that it's been a problem for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's... yeah.
How did it react to fire?
No, you just got my inner guy working out. It's like, so what if you were to try and treat this like some form of advanced cancer and use like necrotic chemo?
Yeah.
Just try and kill the actual infection itself while preserving the host. That's just my brain.
Maybe.
What happens if somebody who is infected is polymorphed into
As
a
in-
fire elemental?
Doesn't work like that.
Doesn't
You
work
can only polymorph into beasts.
Straight up.
Or
Straight
is there actually no? Okay, like can't you wild shape? Is that druids can turn into fire elementals? Can they or no?
Was it-
Wildfire
what if-
druids
Wild
can.
shape, yeah.
Wild
Wildfire
shape.
Well,
druids.
no, most Circle of the Moon druids can also turn into elementals,
That's
but the bigger problem is polymorph is beast only, so you would need shapeshift, which is a 9th level spell, which, as I'd imagine, everybody could just do.
You don't even need to go that far with it. It's targeting the Fey portions of the being, right? But what if it polymorphs into a being that's not Fey?
That's true.
Like, at what point, what is it attacking at that point? Like, there's no source material.
What if you could do it like World War Z, and you don't cure the plague, but you can make it so it targets a different physiology that isn't on that person. So you're not curing it, but you're camouflaged from it.
Oh, I hate that you referenced the movie.
Yeah, no, me too. The book is so good.
I love the book too, but the movie, they did that in the book too.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
I'm gonna let you guys keep discussing this very, very quickly. I need to quickly run outside.
What?
Sorry.
I'm gonna one up all of you. I didn't watch the movie or read the book. I played the video game.
Actually, really good.
It's actually a solid Left 4 Dead game. Yes.
Yeah, no, they didn't camouflage themselves in the book. They just killed them. Like it was all complete. It was a purely conventional retaking of the world.
That's what I remember too.
The Battle of Hope.
No, I know that they never,
that I do.
because there were millions of zombies under the water. They never were able to kill, and nobody knows how much in North Korea. Like the book never resolved a lot of stuff.
I know it never resolved it, but it also never said that you could camouflage yourself.
They camouflaged
That was my
themselves.
contention with your statement.
They did.
You didn't. I think you might be confusing, honestly, the Walking Dead, because they had a camouflage thing that they did in there where they just covered yourself in viscera. And it got you around the undead. That was an early season 2 thing. Or season 1 thing, actually.
I imagine probably some of the Eladrin family have changed into other beings at certain points, right? There have got to have been Eladrins that have been able to change their appearance. And
If it's targeting Feyness, that wouldn't it also, like, I guess the thing is, it could just be like, then you turn back into your natural state and it's just there still.
I imagine it would be like if the disease would be dormant for however brief period of time you weren't you, but the second you become you again, the material's there again. Like it's gonna keep targeting you.
Yeah,
It's
for all we
almost like
know,
it's a claw from the
polymorph-
Feywild trying to draw them back. Once they go back to the Feywild, there's enough natural energy and magics for it to feed on. It doesn't need to feed on the host. It can spread out off the host. So
Or
it's a
even a purely
callback. It's calling them back to their realm. It's their curse that they were given.
Even a purely mundane thing, though, you could also just say the fact that, even if you polymorph, your blood might be the same, or at least partially the same. So it could just be dormant in your blood, and you just become a carrier.
Well, my argument there is that if you polymorph, you do literally lose the Fey property. You are no longer Fey.
If it's a true polymorph, yeah.
Well, no, even normal polymorph, because you lose any racial properties from the transformation. If you were to be true polymorphed into another thing permanently, you wouldn't be Fey anymore.
Yeah, you would
I
be
think
that
that's
creature.
more a mechanics thing than a
This is for
something that might apply
philosophers
here.
instead of
No, I
adventurers
mean, it
in
can
the
be
middle of an
scientifically
ocean.
tested. You just got to find someone who's happy to become not what they are.
That's a good day. We need to go find a guinea pig.
Anyway.
Maybe don't use those
But
words.
anyway, James.
Hey,
what's your-
Valymr, want to be a guinea pig?
I've already given my blood. I don't know what else I can do.
Willingly become
It
a
guinea
already
pig.
doesn't work very well on Drow. I'm also a tiefling, and I'm also a paladin. I am the worst.
Probably very
Yeah.
reluctant.
Actually,
Honestly,
would
we
be
don't want
the
him
opposite.
to get.
because if you were to
Because
get sick and you're already naturally resistant, that would be a great stepping stone for like, well, if it works on Drow, there's reason to believe it might work on elves.
Could be, or
Alright, fuck me up then, let's go.
he's got such fucked up like ancestry that he could just become like he's immune to it, but he can spread it to other people. He just becomes Typhoid Mary,
Typhoid Valymr.
and then we have to leave him on this island for the rest of the campaign.
I mean,
It
we
would-
almost
you
did
know,
have to
of
leave
all the
him on
ways
an
we've
island for
lost
the rest of the
Valymr here,
campaign.
Valymr has killed himself. We've lost Valymr in a bunch of different ways. Like him just getting sick and having to stay here would be very on brand.
So the idea of all the places you could just leave Valymr, you leave him on an island of all places,
Yeah,
surrounded
you
by
wouldn't be able to get
king
out.
water.
That's
Yeah,
perfect.
you'll never
You wouldn't
leave.
You'll never leave.
It's the perfect prison.
It is.
You
it
could
is what
never
we
be
call,
Napoleon.
on brand. Yes.
You'd never come
Yeah.
back.
No, he'd rope
So I'd be the perfect
up a
opponent.
bunch of sea turtles.
I'm
Get
not
out.
No, he
a
wouldn't.
Jack Sparrow.
No, because he'd have to go
but-
over the water for that. And he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
it ain't
that's
happening.
true.
That's
I
what we
totally
say,
forgot about
yeah,
a
yeah.
spear of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would. If he got sent to Alba, he'd be there still.
Yep.
Be like Khan, just angrily waiting on the island for what?
Can
Wait,
we just?
no, fuck you guys.
Anyway.
I've got a glove of teleportation. Let's go.
Does anybody else have anything they want to do in this
Uh,
time period?
Breton also would have tried to do some training. The feat that he would be training for is weird because it is a feat that is specifically for something else. Namely, he's just trying to refine his fighting style because for the longest time he's been a two-weapon fighter, but he doesn't actually have the fighting style of two-weapon fighting.
fighter?
He just
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, so
He's just doing
you
that.
can most likely find a trainer and in this period for sure.
We were in the capital of
You've been in
Brienne for a while.
you're off the coast of like 5 countries right now. Like with teleportation as an availability, you're good. You'll find a trainer and put it for the same price as what Valymr costed out, as long as it doesn't change any of your.
It doesn't.
ability
It
score improvements.
literally only gives a fighting style.
All good. Mordred, I had the inkling you were gonna do something.
Yeah, there were a couple of things I was making. First of all, continuing work on Ruby's evocation boosting gizmo.
Yes. I believe I've had that out.
You did, but it's not especially viable considering it's weaker than the other items I already have.
Ah, okay.
It's hard out.
Wow.
No, it is.
Screw you, Zep.
No, it's not Zep's fault. It's just the item, in terms of raw
The-
bonuses, does not provide.
Because of the lens, it has a very niche application that just a universal item was more useful.
Okay. The other thing is Zep was wanting to upgrade James's gun and also make one for himself, preferably a pistol with force damage.
Okay.
The pros don't outweigh the cons.
Yeah, I think I was just gonna grab a hand cannon that had the
on.
that had a bracing on it to allow to take the kick out of it to reduce the strength property.
Oh yeah, I mean that's basically what Zep's been working on all along with the
Yeah,
rail
yeah.
guns and the bazooka. So
We both need the same kind of functionality out of a smaller hand cannon. I could, just because I'm bigger and have bigger mass, I think I could handle the rifle versus where you need brawn.
yeah,
The issue with the Gauntlet Midge is, with the exception of one spell that I have, the other beam spells aren't attack spells, they're save spells. Sunbeam is save, it's not an attack roll. So the crit
Yeah.
bonus is...
That was the big issue. Is that altogether, I think it literally applies to like 2 spells in the entire listing. That's why it was like,
Scorching Ray and Ray of Frost, I think.
Firebolt also counts because it is a fire.
Beam has to be a beam.
Beam isn't a.
It had to be an attack roll.
Yeah.
So it applies to, it's very niche, like Chromatic Orb, Ray of Frost. There's not a lot of attack-based spells.
So I
Most
can't
of them
use...
fall in saving
yeah.
throws.
Can I see it?
The item?
Yeah.
I can post it for everyone.
It also had to be Evocation, which also narrowed it down significantly.
yeah. I mean, evocation was definitely the focus, seeing as it was made with Simmer Bronze.
I'm fine with
which-
that. I'm fine with
that,
it being
that makes
evocation.
sense.
But it's the fact that I have one spell that it has a viable use for, really. Chromatic Orb, technically, but I don't use that much anymore unless I have to.
I've just realised there's misspelled Wondrous in there as well. Oof. Q. There you go.
I don't worry about spell checking you anymore, Mitch. I just assume that the errors are going to be there and it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
No, it's just like there's just always going to be spelling errors. Like it happens.
You've got dyslexia. Like nobody's
No,
gonna...
I don't. No, I was tested twice and they just turned out I was an idiot. Legitimately, I passed the dyslexia tests and they're like, you just
Dumb.
can't spell. I was like, I think that's worse.
The number of times I'll send a Discord message and I'll look at that message like 5 minutes later, like, That's not what I was saying. What the fuck? Why did I just say this word wrong?
Either way, I'm not worried about it. But yeah, the outright bonuses from like my necklace and my wand, like it's just arguably better.
Could I have it?
No.
Okay, never mind then.
No.
Don't think it would go with anything. Only
Eldritch Blast.
it's not an evocation spell, is it?
I
Yeah, but what have you done
believe
for
so.
Ruby recently?
Yes, it is.
Or is it?
Yeah, it's evocation.
Other than piss her off, I don't know. Actually, no. Ruby doesn't have a problem with Valymr. It's Soul who doesn't like him right now.
Technically would work, yeah. Technically would work with Eldritch Blast, but you also don't have sorcery points, so kind of lost on you.
Multi-class into sorcerer.
Yeah.
Oh
there you
god, Paladin, Warlock, Sorcerer.
Just take Metamagic Adept. You get Metamagic and some points.
Yeah, can I train that as well? No, I'm
go.
joking.
No, you wouldn't
good.
be able to. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yes, you want to do some gun crafting. What was it you were trying to improve about James's gun?
I'm just writing it down now, so give me 2
Yes.
minutes and I'll send it to you.
No worries. Okay. Anything directly for the preparation of the event that you guys are hosting outside of? You've scouted the perimeter. You've organized that some ships are going to be patrolling. You'll have your airship. Anything else you want to do? Any people you want to reach out to as staffing the event?
Just in case Ruby doesn't survive, she is going to write a letter to her sister.
Okay.
But I will send that to you later.
Okay. That's totally fine.
So, as far as fey creatures that are affected, is it all fey creatures? So, like furbolgs and sprites and all that kind of stuff that are on this plane still, or is
it's
it
specifically the ones that have an abnormal longevity to their life, more so than
Okay.
anything.
So,
I
particularly
think
the
that's
elven,
technically all fake creatures. It's like even gnomes live like 500 years.
It seems to mostly affect Eladrin, high elf, wood elf, like the more elven elements. But
surface elves, yeah.
Yeah. The problem.
The ones that still have a connection deeper to the Feywild, aside from the Drow, since the Drow are connected more to Loth at this point, no longer to the Feywilds, right? Okay.
But it's also things like pixies and stuff. So because of their nature, if they if they were here, and because technically they can still traverse the planes back and forth, because for the same way that a human can leave this plane, but a god can't come in.
Yeah.
A pixie can keep going back and forth, so they kind of get round it as well sometimes.
Makes me wonder how Shatter Kai would respond to it if they're even affected.
Well, they come from a
The
different
Shadowfell.
realm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they are technically still just elves.
Yeah. There are certainly some races that are unaffected.
And the shadow realm is the inverse of the Feywild, right?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
And I already mentioned my own idea for necrotic chemotherapy. So I feel like that was just an idea that popped in my head. There's your subject zero for the cure.
Is necrotic chemotherapy just like chemotherapy with an extra word for no reason? Because it's pretty much.
No, it's reversed.
It's the magic
reversed.
version.
Yeah, the
magic chemo.
In a sense, yeah. So
necrotic apotheosis. Necropotheosis?
I think James has to make a trip to the Shadow Realm.
Looks like you're banished to the Shadow Realm, Jim.
I attack your life points directly. That's the Shadow Realm. Shadowfell is what you're looking for.
Yes, yeah. Fell.
I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is clearly just a D&D show.
James, did you have a specific damage type you want the hand cannon to do?
I augmented however I need to with my own blood. So put
No
whatever
then.
spin on it that you want.
All right.
I imagine you're going to make a beautiful pair for the two of us, so I'll take what I can get, good sir.
Ours are just weird when you say them in general. That's how you say it. Just,
What?
I augment my gun with my blood.
No, I think that's pretty metal though. Like,
It's metal. It's metal, but yeah, it's an
Fuck it, I
upsetting way
love
to
it.
describe your spell. It's an upsetting way to
Weaponized
describe
bloodborne diseases.
nope, not any more of those, please. There's one in the campaign is enough, Valymr.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Also, add me as a friend on Discord so I can add you to a group chat with Mitch.
Oh, I should be on. Oh, I didn't add you. Weird.
Yes, because you have to be friends.
Oh,
to,
yeah,
to-
yeah,
to-
yeah.
To start them.
I don't know how that. Yeah.
It's Discord. Cool. Do you have that gunslinger's book that I? Yeah. Cool. Use that basically for what you're creating. Nice.
Yep, I am.
Nice. Until I make my own rules, that one's very good. Okay. Then we click the OK. And there's Kettle. Was there anything you wanted to do?
I was just waiting to see how long it took you, or if I was just gonna be passed. It totally works for Kettle at this point.
You stealthed too
It's on
hard, I
brand.
couldn't see.
This is very on brand.
My,
Just gets
you know my
forgotten.
passive perception's bad. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
know.
trait of every character I play.
It's true.
Literally. I don't think
I
I've ever
kinda-
rolled a perception above 5.
I don't think Kettle's really got much else she can do. Actually, it's a good question because she does have a certain character trait to her. If you had to put it on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of like how much activity Kettle would be involved in during this whole process, just generally.
Well, it depends.
With 1 being just absolute boredom of all time, days on end with nothing, and 10 being absolutely no moment. And
Probably depends on where
breathe.
you are. Like if you're back with the ship, obviously the ship is going to be taken a voyage once it's finished its like stint in the
I'm
dry
on
dock.
the island already.
Well, that's the thing. Is 45 days. There's been stuff going back and forth in this period. So obviously the ship has needed to make its way here. So the crew would have probably returned to that. So there probably would have been some elements of downtime where you've probably been with Zep and the gang at the island. If there's been any discussions that need to be had here, but then if you're back on the ship, it's kind of like one of those. There's more work probably for you. Depends how much like you're taskmastered by the group as well. But I'd say there's probably about 5. 10 being
5?
you're bored out your mind. 1 being,
No,
oh my god, I'm
reverse.
Okay.
Reverse. 1 being the bored
Okay.
out of your mind. 10
Okay,
being,
well,
yeah,
it's a 5. It's dead in the center, so it doesn't change either way.
that's
Screw your system, Roach.
That's true. It's true.
It
They've
is.
figured
It is
out
the
a way
best.
of-
It is the
of
best kind
fighting
of
my
correct.
pedanticness.
It is technically correct.
Technically correct, yes.
Technically correct. Yes. Cool. In the house, is there anything that looks like particularly small, not like wouldn't be missed too much, somewhat shiny, maybe made of metal?
Make me a sleight of hand check.
Cool. It's gonna happen about 3 or 4 times during the 40 days.
Massively, yeah. And there's loads of stuff in this house. This is a house lived in by an undead spinster and like 5 members of staff, but it's huge.
Yeah. 21.
Okay, yeah. There's a little like a little silver hand mirror, like.
Okay. Yeah, she just takes it at some point. She
Sure. Yeah.
just has it.
Sure. It's got a little like onyx in the top of the above the thing. Where are you putting this?
Along with all my other absconded items.
Sure.
So there's just so it's just on her belt. Like she's got a pouch. She just has other things that may or may not be.
Cool. Is it a case of like
Hers.
you hold it and then just straight away put it away?
Oh yeah, she has absolutely no
Cool.
tie to the item or doesn't have any use for it or anything like that. She just can't not touch things when she's left alone for periods of time. So she just goes and steals something.
Mine.
Major, are you trying to tactfully ask if they look into the reflection in the mirror?
She would have definitely, because that would hard like, oh, does the mirror? Is it like yeah? So what happened?
Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Sure. This kleptomaniac bird definitely has good wisdom. Wisdom saving throw.
Don't think that's too bad for you.
10.
Not bad at all, actually.
it's exactly even. I might be able to boost that, but I don't think I can boost
So
with save.
you don't know why, but you actually find yourself every now and then taking the mirror out of the bag and looking into it, and then putting it away once you've looked at your reflection for a little while.
My precious.
Mirror in my pocket. Who's awesome? Sorry.
It becomes
Check
a little very, very habitual for you.
Yeah. Does that with the other items she's taken as well. So,
Oh, you also
Yeah,
get
that
like
makes
some other
total sense.
trinkets, like a small pocket watch, like some coins. Actually, yeah, no, about 30 gold. You find just like in bed cushions.
she wasn't
and stuff.
she wasn't going for
No,
monetary value
but
at
there's
all.
like
but yeah,
but
it
you
totally
find things in
works.
like cushions and in rooms that are like so caked in dust. Someone's not been in there in hundreds of years. Like people are gonna miss this money.
It's like finding a 1901 penny or something like that. Just going like nobody cares about this.
The actual monetary value is much less than the historical value.
Sometimes it can be more. And like it go inverse. Now it's historical value now outweighs its legal tender value, and now it becomes this collector's item. There's a specific one with like a defect or something.
That's kind of what I was referring to, but yes.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact one.
You think in straight thoughts as well, don't you? Just as a thing.
Yeah, no, it's just a full person.
Yeah. I didn't know if they came through as like if it's as telepathic as your speech sort of thing. Like I didn't know where it lined up there.
No, she thinks She thinks normally. She just has trouble
that's
talking.
cool. Yeah. You just every time you look into it, you just hear. You think to yourself, "Oh, I'm so pretty." Makes you feel good.
Yeah. Why
Oh,
wouldn't it?
screw you, Midge. It's a vanity mirror.
I want Roach to say that to yourself too. By the way, like not just Kettle, but Roach.
Just look at yourself. You're pretty. That's... There we go.
Just gonna mark that as
Okay.
definitely cursed.
It's a vanity mirror. Okay, like it's a
Every
good
mirror is
joke.
a
I'm not
vanity
giving you.
mirror. Every mirror is a vanity mirror when you're beautiful.
Well,
I
I
suppose
mean-
that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, cursed mirror.
Cursed mirror.
Well, it's in my actual inventory. It's silver hand mirror,
Brackets, cursed.
brackets stolen / cursed. Because I keep
Keywords
track
are
of all the.
important.
Well, I keep all the stolen items like in an area, so I make sure I know what's stolen, what's not.
So you know you can't sell to offender. Sorry, I don't know why this is triggering something in me right
Yeah.
now. The jokes are writing.
I
Oh
just
my.
put a red X next to this one, so I know I need a fence for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, just like Starfield, just like oh,
No,
you're gonna
you
get
actually
an
just have
like,
a picture of a fence at the
XP
top,
penalty.
and then your list.
yeah,
Okay.
XP,
So
yeah, an XP penalty.
you click the
Scammed.
proceed to the event, and over the next few days, I take it you'd all be at the house as well to greet people. Anyone being specifically waiting by like the teleport, and anyone like who's on arrivals, like who's got the little tray of like champagne for arrivals, orange
Well,
juice and
without the champagne, but I'll be there.
Okay.
Just
you guys are-
vampire butler.
We've got stooges for that.
Yeah, and
I'll be the stooge.
do you know,
it's
Do
okay.
you know what? I'm gonna share a map so you can see the island, because I actually generated out how the island looks for you guys.
I will also say to the human that arrives, there are specific trays of hors d'oeuvres called iron rations. And for the Eladrin, there's Gurdats, which are the Fey, or no, Quithpa, which are the Fey version of it, of like hors d'oeuvres. Ruby has specifically made batches.
Valymr is going to taste test them. Just no reason.
I've now shared with you Blackbeak House, so you can actually just see the island. And I'll tell it.
What did you say it was called?
Blackbeak House.
I see it. Yeah.
Blackbeak House.
Oh, that's
It
gorgeous.
has been so long since we've had to go to a map. It's under
yeah,
images, right?
under images.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like Candlekeep.
Ooh. Fancy, fancy.
It's so long. I don't. Images. There we are.
So just to outline some areas on this map for you, and I've just realized I was loaded in wrong on my observer PC, so I'm just doing that. The Delphina's main chambers are in that tower at the back. Like guest halls are in that side with the fountain out to the right, where the skyship is on the map. That's like a lot of like guest chambers. The
Can we
main
get some
chamber.
raid markers?
I was gonna say you could just make map markers.
Yeah, can we make some raid
fantasy
markers like a
grounds.
star and a circle and a moon and an axe, a
Um,
skull, so we know where we need to go?
No.
It just know how to do that.
I don't know how to do that in Fantasy Grounds. If someone
Pin
else
in the
does,
top right. There's a pin
Oh,
in the
look
top
at-
right hand corner of the map controls that you can pull and drag, and then label.
Oh my god, really?
It's a thing that's been in here since.
Yeah, actually,
forever.
that pin button isn't working for me. So
You can right click and then click pointers.
either way, and then like the very front is where the big open space with the big hall, entrance hall, area that you identified would be a good area for the meetings to happen. And then you've on the right hand side you've got like a walled garden and like the servants' quarters. And that whole back row of like the square, with the tower in the center, that's her library. She got a lot of books.
Feels like
But
we're in
nothing
a
on
happy.
Udon Caloris.
Might have once been.
I was gonna say it looks exactly like an abbey with like a garden area being a
and then
meadery.
that pier with like the black eye on it is that's the teleportation circle.
Oh yeah, so Valymr isn't actually on great duty.
Yeah. James raised his hand. He's doing the
Bridge.
vampire butler.
Hey, no way.
Oh, what? Instead of the actual vampire butler? I mean, what?
Yeah.
really
We'll
gaunt
hang
guy.
out together.
Oh yeah.
Trade stories.
Yeah, talk about different blood types and how
Like
ages,
recipes.
best ages.
Bloodline. I mean,
other-
bloodlines.
Yeah, different tastes.
That's
different people,
bloodlines,
different
yes,
people's
I was-
taste, different taste of people.
I was just getting to that, like whether like an aged elven was
So,
good,
what's your
better
taste
than
in
a.
men?
AB positive usually. Why?
Oh, so
Red and
negative.
about 38
Um,
degrees.
There we are. There's the island. Oh, and that pool in the front is a heated swimming pool.
How deep?
It's heated swimming pool. Probably up to your waist.
It's marginal.
You can still drown on that. You can still
Your
drown on
face,
that.
yeah, your face can fit in it. So
There's also
what-
like a bath, like an outdoor bath that's connected to the whole Victorian style, where it's like an outdoor pool, and then they have like not a jacuzzi but a bath that is connected to it, like that.
I'll do greetings on land when they've crossed that
The threshold.
bridge.
Wait, don't you have advantage against fear now as a paladin?
Yeah, but not against only against irrational fears. Rational fears, they are still I don't get saves against those.
Okay.
Also, paladins should be like the most fearful of deep water. They're always wearing heavy plate.
Not a problem in 5e. But sure.
Should be.
Yeah, can you imagine if I drowned you for item weight? Oh boy, you guys would sink on gold alone.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I know, right? Zep
are you trying to
maybe
say?
carried
We're
around
privileged?
30 grand or something.
Well,
You've
the
only
boat's
got
got
yeah, you've only got 32,000 still on the ship.
The boat's got it. I don't.
Yeah, I don't go.
It's here, flying above you. Anyway,
Boat is here, and it has a very fancy new vault as well. So
it does.
Well, it
indeed.
needs it.
yeah.
Okay. So the
Sorry, I was just going to say, James, the details of your new weapon are in the chat.
those have been sorted for you.
Sounds
Oh,
good.
actually, just in case, I know it's foolish to ask, but give me an artifice roll. I've stopped asking you to roll because it's when is it not above 30? But I just want to see. Oh wow!
Now,
Wow!
with
It's
Flash of
only-
Genius, so it's still a 20.
It's still a 20, so it's still fine. But the fact that the lowest roll you can do is a 1 at a 14 plus 5 with you Flash of Genius it. So the lowest
19.
technical roll you can do is a 19.
Yeah.
Is artificers, everybody. They're fun. Honestly, it creates elements of a campaign that you would never normally deal with as a GM, and I'm here for it. The first people to arrive are some of the people that live the closest, and people that you are very familiar with. It is the first to arrive through the teleportation circle is King Elector Bastien III of Othray. Who you've had
did
many
the Queen come
dealings
with them?
The Queen has not come with. She
Fuck's
is
sake.
acting as regent while he is here. But Philip Levert is here. The no nonsense knight / sergeant that was his main marshal, and quite trusted advisor. They got on very well with Darius because
No nonsense.
Because they're the same person.
No, because they both disliked Darius's father.
I will say, when people start arriving, Ruby will be there.
Sure.
Kettle will be holding a tray of whatever she can get her hands on, like to give out, like, either, drinks or food or interchangeable throughout that. And the entire time she's just listening in on anybody's conversation and just being nondescript about it.
And also
It's
keeping
just-
the trays when the hors d'oeuvres are sold out.
No, that'll be suspicious. That's too big. It's something she can kind of like finger,
Really?
like in between her fingers. So it's
It's
like,
really hard to hide a tray.
yeah. So she's just because she looks like a servant and is probably treated like one. So it's-
The next to arrive after that is some individuals that you don't recognize, but you gather from their appearance directly. You believe these are the party from the Principality of Korzak. As one of the principalities, Prince Kings and his ambassadors arrive, as well as an individual who looks like a member of their clergy. There's a group of 4 of them. The Prince King is quite a young individual, probably about 25. He's definitely the youngest of the group that's like there. Like the 2 ambassadors are like kind of much older, and the Gold Seer, they're like, remember the clergy, much older. But he looks to be quite young, and he's also in like like a scale mail that is just polished gold, and a huge fur cloak.
Now he's down south. Enjoy the warm weather.
I mean, no, you're just across the ocean from. But you're kind of, because obviously the Corsac's to the left of where you are now. So
Oh, I thought we were
it's
further
just-
south than that.
No, you're right in the center of the Channel of Divinity. Essentially, you're
Oh,
kind
okay.
of in line with the Gates of Halcyon, almost. Yeah, no, they're the next to arrive. You slowly get more and more groups. Some of whom coming by normal, less magical means. So at one point, a double-decked longboat rocks up with a fantastic like bear head mount. And the thing is, it kind of scrapes into the pier first and then sort of docks in properly. That would be like the group, and some very martial looking individuals, fantastic war paint, adorned in all sorts of iconography, weathered looking human individuals, unkempt hair, masses of furs, and like much like so like very shadowed like makeup behind the eyes as well, just like they look kind of fearsome. It's probably the easiest way to describe it. But they're not in armor or anything. They don't have any weapons about them right now. They are in formal clothes underneath all the furs. But you just get the impression of, oh, that man could break me in two, kind of thing. Like if
Please.
I mean, some of you are afraid to fake that as well. But yeah, like so, like the group from the Sonjem Isles, and then at one point through the teleporter, you see a picked up gust of wind, and like a sort of it feels like that the magic used, the teleportation magic was slightly different to something that you're used to, and you see this elegant princess step forward with a group kind of behind her. One of them being so you get 3 humans, a tabaxi, and I don't know if you'd know what that is, because I don't think many of you have been to Kaitang. But I mean, feel free to roll if anyone wants to.
What would it look like?
Roll to identify.
The humanoid that's with this group.
What kind of roll?
What? Yeah, check. Nature.
Nature. would
History.
probably- Yeah. I would say, yeah, I'd say it'd be nature.
History?
History also
maybe?
works.
I have a clue.
'Cause I don't know how many of you will have come across them.
14.
15 actually
23.
seems high. If it's going to be that unusual.
It's probably a 15 would get it. So James would definitely get it, and Breton you'd definitely get it. It's a Yuan-Ti.
Surprisingly. Yuan-Ti.
Yuan-Ti.
Okay.
A snake person.
Yes,
They're
with the
cool
crown.
as hell.
they're from the Principality of Korzak.
You also, because you invited both, you get members. You get the Tsarina of the Tsardom of Duradin turn up with her, with her entourage, followed by some very interestingly dressed individuals. They're all wearing sort of very formal but mundane, like nothing very fancy. Suit-like outfits. Kind of like a formal adaptation of workwear. And they all refer to themselves as guildsmen. And it's that is a group from the Free Guildsman Republic of the Dwarven Holds turns up. Also known as the FGRD. They're the current upstart nation.
Power to the people!
Currently upstart nation that's trying to claw its way out of the Zardom.
Revolution!
An interesting individual then arrives from the Azdakian Caliphate. There's one individual that seems to be like a more mild-mannered sort of steward, trailing behind a djinn of euphoric vibrance to their personality. Before you can even like greet them to the island, they are introducing themselves to you and like shaking everyone's hand. It's imagine the Aladdin genie combined with a Labrador in terms of personality. That's what this individual is. They
just became my best friend.
They introduce themselves as Yasid the Vibrant. And they are a lot. They also have the vocal level of Bribe and Blessed. It doesn't go quiet. You will always hear them across a room.
This needs to be Vigo's best friend.
Yes. Yeah.
After that, like people you're familiar with also turn up. So the party from Lagerungsland arrives with Chancellor Sigrid Frucht, Joanna, as well as various members of the Warforged race and other officials.
Is Joanna in her new body?
Yes.
How recognizable is she?
Very. Like,
It's like you would definitely know then.
yeah, it's Joanna, but instead of 14, she looks 16.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a bit more of a jump than that. Okay.
16, 17. Like, she's gone from like the latter end of child to the stages of early adult in terms of physicality. She's a bit taller, slightly more muscular as well. Like in terms
Puberty hit her like a truck.
That's kind of the vibe that they're trying not to.
Or you mean she's the truck that hit puberty?
You guys obviously know that she is a girl trapped within a crystal. The rest of the world doesn't. So she's been outside of maybe a very, very tight-knit, close circle. So
Joanna, you've been juicing?
It's one of those things of people. It's like trying to keep up with the expectations of what she should look like in terms of formal events and when she meets the wider world. Because I think people would be more confused if she still was an aging. Is probably
Never mind the fact that she was missing for what, like 50 years?
75.
75 years. So it was I knew it was a substantial number.
Magic be magicking.
Weirdly, in a D&D setting, understanding that someone was kept as a child in stasis is more understandable than why aren't you growing now you're not in stasis? And the very last group to arrive, so various Latrin the Immortal and his group arrive.
Fashionably late.
The Rienian Empire arrive. The very last to arrive is an individual reported to be from the Zagrebian oligarchy, which is Shaman Pork Scratchings. They're a small goblinoid individual. Probably no taller than 3'5", holding a staff that's probably double their size. In cobbled together posh clothing. They've got like a hat that's like way too big for them, a cloak that's even bigger, and then what looks to be like a thrown out doll's outfit. Would be sized for either a child or a doll.
Are we 100% sure they're representative and not a goblin who just managed to sneak their way in?
Honestly, as I state, that the Principality of Korzak is just a goblin that managed to sneak in somewhere. That's kind of what they are. So it makes sense that the head of their faith is just as. But I mean, you can approach them if you want to check them out.
No, if they teleported in, I'm going to assume that they know that why they're supposed to be here.
Yeah.
3 goblins in a trench coat.
But
3 fairies in a trench coat.
everyone slowly arrives. Is anyone wanting to meet with or talk to anyone before this gets underway?
Did you say that with Eladrin he brought Selena but not Solana? Or did they both come?
Let me check my list.
'Cause I remember there was
Neither.
some. Oh, he brought neither. Okay.
Selena is regent.
Yeah, and
Solana's still
Solana's,
fighting a war.
Right. Yeah, that's.
But as per your request, Faithrith came, and so did Griafanen. And
Okay.
the only two people you don't know on the Eladrin list is Oberon Kamenor and Ash Elmby.
I will ask Faithrith how Zaraj is getting on. Just to see that she's still doing well and.
He reports her to be fine. Spending most of her time in the garden.
Okay.
Did any of the council arrive?
As in so the non-affiliated guests. A lot of them actually turned up before this sort of official arriving because you wanted to. That was actually something. You guys wanted to try and talk to them first, didn't you?
Yes.
Possibly. Sorry.
We did.
Yeah. If we can jump back. If you want to talk to them first, you can.
If anybody wants to come with, but
It's
Ruby's
been a
gonna
month.
talk to them.
It's been a month. But yes, the group of professors and and that you'd met before with in Atria did all arrive first. Like they've been here for probably they're probably a week before this summit is happening. So if there's anything you guys want to discuss there, any conversations you want to have with them, have them now before we.
Yeah.
So, we go back.
Ruby will probably have them all in a meeting room at some point or another, prearrange it so everybody's together.
I'd say you can. I'd say you'd organize yourselves in the library probably more so than because at this point, like the main area is probably being decorated and stuff for the summit itself. So a more casual more casual grouping in the library is probably better for this. Plus, it's far less people.
Sure. Well, to abridge the situation, then Ruby is going to twofold recall her story that they have gone through, not leaving out many details through their adventure so far, and then piecing pieces of it that fit or might fit to her translation of the Book of Ascension. Essentially saying, I am very confident, though I am attempting to mash puzzle pieces together, saying that I think we are approaching the apocalypse. And these are the reasons why. The seals are breaking. I was witness to one of them. I was specifically mentioned in this one when it happened. how it relates to Joanna, how it relates to the dragons coming back, the plague being released, all of it.
There's like a lot of listing, etc. Actually, Delphina, which is out. Well, it is not impossible as a concept, but there are as many. Some of the key points of the Book of Ascension. You will find similarities because of vagueness, etc., with various points in which there are suspected convergences. For example, the initial outbreak of the Shadowlung happened at around the time of a convergence. It is not unusual to see connections, but it's also not the first time there's been connections, if that makes sense.
Yes, I understand what you're aiming at. The point I am trying to drive at is the risks that we are seeing are not just possibilities. Seals are being broken. Dragons are returning. There are things happening here that are not just possibilities. They are fact. Too many of them. How to say? One incident, a coincidence. 2 is an improbability. 3 is a conspiracy. We are seeing too many signs. And many of them are not said to be linear in their fluctuations of time. So some of them might have happened before, some of them might still yet to be. Nothing is certain. But I am certain that if we ignore the possibility that the apocalypse is upon us, it will be to the detriment of all on Elendor, if not to Elendor itself. That is the crux of this entire, I almost called it farce, this meeting. We need the nations of the world to coalesce together to be prepared for what is to come. Because the forces that are coming are going to exploit this chaos. They're going to exploit the death of thousands. And if we don't prepare, we will lose everything. You are, all of you gathered, some of the brightest and smartest minds in the chronology of Elendor. Some of you were probably even here in the beginning, though I can't say that for sure.
Definitely not.
Or at least have a good idea what happened. It is upon your expertise that I am going to rely upon when my testimony is going to be called into question. Because when this meeting is done, they're going to look to us and ask, why do you think this is going to happen? I'm going to explain everything I just explained to you, but I will need your support, because they are not going to trust some random redhead from Naudathel. They're going to look to the brightest minds of Elendor. You who don't have a bias. Can I count on that?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Bad time to roll another frickin' 1. I did. I'm gonna re-roll that, spending a sorcery point.
There you go. That was tempting fate. That sentence.
Oh, I do that a lot.
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
There is a. Oh, what a turnaround that is. There is a concerted, like. You know when you're in a room of people that, like, mutually understand something? There is a vibe that everyone is sort of. Everyone's on the same wavelength. Put it that way. Even unspoken. It's one of those things of. And you see various individuals as well get up and sort of start looking through books as well and like earmarking pages for evidence. It happens to be that you were in the house and library of one of the best and brightest scholars on the secret histories of the world. So she has quite a collection that they can draw from.
Excellent.
So back to, I'm guessing back to the summit. Yeah, is anybody trying to approach or going to talk with any of the various parties initially, or are you just overseeing how stuff is going right now? Obviously, there's also the Atrians. Don't forget, you also, as a reminder, there is a list of everyone who is attending in Discord for you. The Summit of Blackbeak House. It makes it sound like one of those, The Haunting of Hill House, and I can't get that out of my head every time I read Blackbeak House.
Really.
Are any of the groups commingling?
Yes. There's also groups that are clearly not commingling. So, for example, the Free Guildsmen are spending a lot time with the Grand Duchy of Benumdum's ambassador, who's headed up by a small badger wearing glasses. And
All right.
they seem to be mingling quite a lot. Various members of the kingdoms of the Nardathel are also mingling pretty well. Their various rulers, if they're here, are kind of back a little bit, but like they're kind of still. They've like found their corner kind of thing. Like that's where their clique's gonna sit.
They claimed a table in the lunchroom.
Yeah. They're kind of more on like they found their corner of the bleachers, because obviously with the setup you've got a lot of tables in this like summit area. Like they're very they've found their T-birds like a bit. There's a lot of people, a lot of various individuals going up to Lake Rongsland, and there's a lot of people trying to talk to Joanna. And like as a group, it's just as a thing. So it's a lot of like, and you're very perceptive, Kessel. So you overhear a lot of the conversation. So it's you hear a lot of. Oh, it's just like oh, it's so good to see you so well, sort of, Lady Joanna, sort of thing. It's like this is you're pretty good at social cues, in terms of understanding
For a change.
the understanding the inference of conversation. You obviously don't know the wider story with Joanna, but you're getting the impression it's like, oh, a lot of people haven't seen this individual for a long time. Like it's
nobody shared
but
that info.
you've definitely got, you're getting the idea of like there's, because like you're also you're able to read Joanna's sort of body language of like, I have no idea who you are, but apparently you know who I am. Hello. Like it's the vibe. I'm gonna say this as a thing. It's like family reunion, like after like 5 years, in that sort of where you've gone from a child to sort of a young adult, where it's like, I don't have any idea who you are, but you seem to remember me as a toddler. Hello. That kind of that vibe. But obviously some of these people are like, yes, I remember you 75 years ago. Which also for you is kind of a bit confusing, because you're like, she does not look over 70.
Oh, she doesn't look 75 at all. Like,
No.
It's been a dreadfully odd situation that I'm just hearing about now.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind going up to Joanna just to say hi and catch up, but no real like in-depth questions, just to.
Ruby would like to bring her a dragon's claw.
Cool. Yeah, I would gather you would like any of the members that you just want to like be friendly with. You absolutely can. Like there isn't any sort of like because this is still like arrivals day. People are getting settled in, like finding their space. Kind of
Orientation.
There isn't any set like discussions to have today. So if there's anyone you wanted to like grab, have a word with on the side, then it's fine. Breton.
I just want to say, can Kettle keep an eye on the goblin?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. He's the goblin is currently talking at the individuals from the Wystongjir Isles who are completely ignoring the goblin. Breton.
Yeah, this falls into a really weird category for Breton where, technically speaking, he would probably have dealt with affairs like this before, just being a member of the house. So I imagine he is just doing his best I'm a pillar on a wall somewhere act, probably walking around. I imagine he's just basically taking a foregone point of he's trying to handle security. So he is just walking around trying to keep an eye on things and making sure there's no escalating tensions, making sure there's nobody's doing things they're not supposed to be doing, just generally providing that
Protection.
contribution.
Security.
Breton. Whilst you're, making yourself an asset of security, Procopius, in their humanoid form, comes up to you on the side and hands you a note. And then just walks away.
So he hands it to him in a way that is not obvious? Okay.
Yep, full on sleight of hand.
Then I imagine Breton will, after taking a minute or two, step into a side room with no one inside of it and take a moment to read the note.
Sure. It says, intelligence suggests someone has infiltrated the summit. Be on guard. There are, some intelligence suggests someone aligned with them has infiltrated the summit. Be on your guard.
Someone in specific has infiltrated the summit. It's like, I mean, there's a goblin that looks like he doesn't belong here at the moment, so you got to be a lot more specific than that. This is just goblin prejudice, is what this is from Procopius.
Them is like underlined as in.
Yes, them. I understand who them is. And Breton will just sigh, contemplate whether or not it'd be smarter to destroy this or not. But honestly, if somebody finding this is not going to be, he's going to tuck it in. He's going to probably tuck it inside of a tuck it like under a pauldron or something where it's going to be out of the way. Just sigh and and assuming that we have the mental link open with Kay, he will ask Kay, can you pass along a message to Ruby, just everyone else, that when they get a moment to meet, I would like to speak with them just for a moment.
Yeah, I could do that. Actually, I should probably check and see what, in terms of our dice.
I would have assumed if we were starting the summit, then you would have that power active, because that was one of the big things.
Why you're here?
Yeah, it was one of the big things that you argued to be here for.
This is true. It's my only reason for being here.
It was an awkward introduction of your character. Like, listen, it's been rough. We haven't had a chance to actually have you do anything yet because we immediately took downtime when you joined the party.
That's another thing. During downtime, can we all have like gotten to know Kettle?
Sorry,
Just
no,
a little bit.
your hands have already left the chest
You've
piece.
had like 1 or 2 days. There hasn't been any downtime to meet Kettle.
Yeah. So yeah, she's got that power for 7 hours.
That's
So
plenty of
she's
time.
this morning. She just everybody, and the island's less than a mile wide and long, so just
You
immediately just
definitely hit all the party members. Unless,
same
unless
message 6
does
times.
he-
No,
over.
I actually went for a swim.
Even the no, you didn't. Even the skyship is within a mile right now, so.
Yep. Pass along any information.
I guess could communicate back. Okay, could pick a place and we'll go there now. If it's important, you know.
Should we all just make our individual rounds, kind of circling back?
It
Sure.
doesn't need to be. We don't need to meet all at once. It's just there's for some reason in my main, it's like there's a reason Breton is asking to do this and not just saying this over the psychic link. Why is Breton
Yes.
not just saying this over the psychic link? Is it innate distrust of K? Is that what I'm realizing myself? Is just like he doesn't trust K with this information? The person who is literally relaying all the messages between all of us?
Yeah, there's no reason you should be mistrustful
Oh,
when you just found
actually-
out somebody infiltrated. the-
Ornithophobia.
No, actually, one other thing. Kay, roll me a
Yes.
perception check when you're looking at Joanna.
Oh. Okay.
She's made of shiny.
No.
it would be the epitome of irony and hilarity if the fact that Kay immediately clocked Joanna as, oh, she's a robot, or she and Darius like didn't catch it until right at the end.
No. Something else.
It wasn't a 1.
Well, I
I
mean,
guess it doesn't matter for you. Yeah,
Yeah, it would be a 20 minimum.
it's the same number.
Yeah, it's a 20. I could, if you want, I could re-roll that with a luck point since I just got those back.
There is a resonance from her that rings within your own mental aptitude and your soul.
Are you saying that her psychic sense just tingled?
Yeah. There is a heavily psionic radiance to her. Kind of feels warm.
Huh. That's weird. Yeah, then Kay's gonna have to talk with her, at least introduce herself. Not sure how she'd introduce herself, although I'm a servant to the Skyfire company. Associate probably would how she'd introduce herself. The junior associate. Unpaid intern. So yeah, at some point when she's not being hounded by, 80-year-old nobles or something like that in a line, she'll maybe go up and just like see if the proximity does anything, or if she notices Joanna sense anything back, and if it's like a
As soon as you
two-way
get within,
bridge
like
kind of thing.
a 10-foot like 10 feet of her, like as you look to be approaching, her eyes like fix on you, and
Oh, that's
she kind of looks at you
disconcerting.
curiously.
It's disconcerting since Kay's normally just not seen. Hi, new junior associate of the Skyfire Insurance Company. Do you need anything? Are you beverage, snack?
Power Stone.
No,
So
I'm fine, thank you. Curious. And then she says in your head, "What tricks can you do?"
okay. See, the the strict nature of my powers does not allow me to communicate freely with anyone without recasting this. Without recasting that power. So I guess she tests the bridge. Say, I know a few things. And if she doesn't acknowledge, then she'll say that aloud.
She goes, I think we're going to be friends.
All right. Yeah. That's, yeah.
Besides,
I'm gonna.
and then she goes back out to verbal communication.
Mm-hmm.
Any friend of the Skyfire is a friend of mine.
I wouldn't say friend. I don't know if that's applicable.
Okay. So, do you
And
want to
then
say
back
it over the
and-
psychic
yeah.
link, Breton?
Yeah, Breton, do you trust?
Do you
Kay?
trust Kay enough?
Do you trust Kay?
No, it's
Okay, we trust.
it's that one moment where it's like, yeah, we just met Kay, and it's just really weird that we met them the moment before we're having the secretive meeting, and it's like, I'm just being told, yeah, somebody's infiltrated the island, and we don't know who it is, and he's just like, well, who's the person that wasn't supposed to be here that we fought so hard to make be here, and just basically gave them an invite? So Breton's like, I should probably just talk with the group for a second.
Where you
His
going?
inner suspicion is going on.
You going to talk with the group? I can relay that and just follow you. You're not getting away from her. You can't
But
beat her
You can
natural
all-
perception.
Are you trying to are you trying to converse one by one or as a group?
I mean, I was saying we should get together so the group could have the group discussion rather than one person having a
You can
discussion and
absolutely-
repeating that 7 times.
Absolutely, you can do that.
And I say, if we just manage to find 5 minutes, then Breton will just say,
Oh,
Kay has followed along. He's not fighting to stop her, I guess. Because if she's the person, then she's about to, like, we're about to learn real dang quick just how well she's able to hide any other things. And he'll just say,
Slam the door in her face when you go past. Go into her room.
he will just pull out the note from his breastplate and hold it up and say, so Procopius gave me this not too long ago, and he believes that intel shows that we have been infiltrated by them.
Oh no.
Can I do an insight check on Kettle?
Just the head turned down to Kettle.
Seems trustworthy enough. It's just a servant, right?
So now you can't tell if I'm just fucking with Midge's entire plan or if this is planned. It's just-
Or if you're rolling because you don't know who them are, yeah.
Does anyone have any guesses?
That Joanna girl is a little weird.
You're not wrong, but also not relevant to this.
Of all of
She was
those
able to-
here, she is probably one of the most trustworthy.
Really? Because she, I don't know.
She's got-
She was able to. I guess she figured out that I'm, able
Or
to
she
do
could
this.
have the similar powers to you,
Does she?
maybe. I haven't seen her in a few months.
You would know she's
Mm.
very psychically sensitive.
Yeah, I know that, but like, she never spoke to me in my head. I don't know.
Kay's never going to be a part of this party, so
advanced.
she doesn't get any information.
I think
so-
she has spoken to you in your head.
Yeah, I think she has too.
Yeah, I think she has.
I think
New
Breton's
character
literally
flaw
just
for
debating.
Valymr just to help me out. He also has dyspraxia.
See, you didn't need to be afraid of water as your character flaw. Your dyspraxia works too.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's
Alright,
that's
well, if
why
you
I
say
don't
she's
take notes, is so
trustworthy.
that I'm getting into his head.
If you say she's trustworthy, then she's trustworthy. It's a very, very odd feeling when I'm near her.
Of those present, she is the most trustworthy that we know.
Are we sure that she is Joanna, though?
It would
Could
be
she
very,
be being doppelgangered?
it would be very difficult to fake.
Would you be out of the realm of reason here? And I know this is going to sound odd coming from me as Breton looks around the room. Would you all be willing to go under a zone of truth?
Of course.
I've been honest with you all the whole time, so
I haven't been
course.
told anything, so I can't really reveal things.
I just want to. This is a unique situation where if we just establish it now that we are the ones who are trustworthy, then that eases my mind going forward.
I would have said no 3 months ago, or however long it was ago before Aureus, but now, sure.
For who?
Does, out of curiosity, does Zone of Truth, if you cast it yourself, can you also be affected by it?
You can.
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
area of effect, and it's centered
If
on
you're-
you.
if-
right?
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't have to be centered on you. You can be outside of a zone of truth and cast.
The
Oh.
only
But
the only catch to that is Breton is the only person who is aware who passes and fails.
Yes.
So you'd have to trust that Breton is being totally forthright about everything.
I
So this-
will say if necessary, if it was necessary, I also have that spell.
You're gonna double it.
We could no, as in I could verify that Breton
Yeah,
is
just layer them,
trustworthy.
layers. You
Yes,
don't-
Breton
you
is the
two
double
hold
agent
hands.
here.
You two
No,
hold
no,
hands.
here-
Yeah, it's 4D
It's always
no,
the
no.
one you trust.
Hold on. Valymr has to cast it because he's the trainee, and then his supervisor has to cast it to make sure that he's casting it right.
This is definitely worth 2 second level spell slots from paladins. Yes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, Breton will just cast Zone of Truth, assuming that the room we're in is not so big that it basically just covers the room we're in.
You're fine. Like these rooms are big, like that's the thing. But you're in a side room enough that's it's like a little smoking room. It's always my go-to of like you need to go to the side of a side room in a palace, smoking room. But no,
Yeah, we know you're British.
And then
you go.
Do I
you
pass
can
on
also
28?
you can also just choose to fail,
You
by
can
the way.
Choose to
fail.
fail, but I was curious what I'd get.
Yes,
choose
you
to
would
fail.
obviously.
Does anyone not choose to fail?
13.
I think a 13 actually might pass. No, it doesn't. It fails.
That would be the worst.
Sorry, no. I gotta remember that higher level characters. The DCs have gotten higher, even if we're not. If the DCs.
Plus, you're next to me, so it's actually +5 that you get.
Ah, yes, no. If you're near Valymr, you get a +5 to the roll.
That's gonna be real bad if you do that, okay? Considering he literally just asked if he can cast the spell.
So you technically have an 18. Should you wish to use it, okay?
Honestly, I'm just riding this mistrust now. This is fun.
All right, so we're tying up Kay and putting her in a basement for the entirety of the summit.
Hey, did we serve chicken at this?
She fails.
Do?
She
No, we do now.
oh god.
She
Okay,
fails.
So the entire room choose to fail. As far as I'm
And then Breton is just like, well, I think that this is going to work. Just I want everybody to repeat the same statement. Should theoretically, if it is true, say it, mean it, so on and so forth. I, Brett Montelier, working in sound mind for the Skyfire Adventuring Company, am now an agent of them.
I, Zep Skyspan of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, am not an agent of them.
I, Valymr Kensek of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, neither knows who them is, nor is a member of them.
Ruby just looks at Breton and says, "Really?"
You do know who them is.
I do? Okay.
Yeah. The children of them were the.
Oh, them! Oh, them!
them.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair.
So, that's the cult.
Wait, so I
that you-
didn't say... Is it truthful if I just forgot?
Anyway.
You cannot knowingly lie.
I am not an agent of them.
I, Catacall Goldleaf, am not an agent of them. I honestly don't know who them are.
Yeah, that's true.
James Augustine Willoughby, a deputy of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, and not an agent of them.
Breton looks at Ruby, but doesn't actually push the point for Ruby because he knows he's been with Ruby the entire time. There would not be a chance for this. Okay. I know it may seem paranoid, but this is established at the very least. None of us are doppelgangers. We have been separated for almost a month and a half now. That was not an impossibility.
I would still like Ruby to say it as well. Everyone else did.
Bite me.
Where
I
and
That's
will.
how
not. That's
hard?
not settling anything.
Can I say I will? Is that truthful?
Where and how hard, dear?
Yeah, that's the joke.
It's not. It's not.
You know it's me. Don't eat. Don't.
It's not a.
Just don't.
That's not a threat to James.
Everyone knows it's just
An
a case
invitation.
of to be sure.
Are you-
You're not special. Just everyone else did it.
Yes, I am.
Say the words, Ruby.
Because it's so true. Just seeing the full weight of Ruby's self-interest.
She
Wow.
says,
Ego.
"What are the truth?" Yes, I am.
I mean, I wasn't lying either.
No, your perception of me is far skewed, Valymr, and it has been for the past 5 months. I am not an agent of them if it makes you feel better.
It does make me feel better.
Good. Your security is a very comforting blanket to my knowledge.
Your last name's Willoughby.
Can you be sarcastic in Zone of Truth?
Yes, yes, you can't willingly lie.
I am moderately.
I'm not being
pleased that
sarcastic.
You are
I
saying
am
this.
being facetious.
It's just also Kettles. Your last name's Willoughby to James during this.
It's just like, what else is
Wait.
she gonna do?
Wait, what's your
Wait.
surname again, Kettle?
Goldleaf.
Goldley. All right, not Willoughby. Fair enough.
No. No.
No,
Sorry,
it's-
this godlike.
Anyway, to bring you all back on
thing.
track,
Yeah,
Yes.
keep going with this.
Breton.
It puts my mind to ease, but there is a note that there is speculation, and apparently Procopius's intelligence gives forth that there may have been an infiltration to the summit. I don't
Oh,
know how
Ruby
he knows
gives-
this information. I don't know where it came from, but
Ruby's face just gives you the biggest no shit look.
Yeah, that was kind of expected.
We knew they were
How do
going
we-
to come here.
How do we know Precocious isn't the one that is the, intruder?
I was just thinking the same thing. Are you sure he wasn't an illusion or something, giving off false information to make us look for something, distract us?
I mean, if he is in fact the intruder, why even alert the fact that there's an intruder?
Well,
Throw off.
it got all of us in this room, did it not? We don't know what's going on out there now.
Bomb goes off. Character plot ends.
Do any of us have the ability to see things as they truly are?
Ruby has
If
the
I
gem of
strike
seeing.
them hard enough.
I do have a gem of seeing.
I think that was given back to you at some point, yes. Well, point is, the room is trustworthy. All the people on the psychic link are trustworthy. Therefore, we can get back to what we're doing without any further delays and just continue to speak through that. And Breton will just open the door and...
Wait, Breton. Have they already arrived, or have they just... Is there a known infiltrator?
Everything that I know is on the piece of paper.
May I see that, please?
He will let
Oh,
you
well,
have
it
the paper.
wouldn't work. I don't imagine it. He's not in any danger when he wrote this. Never mind.
Valymr is going to start concentrating on detect good and evil. Sorry, detect evil and good. I don't know why it's the other way around. Anywhere in
Teleporter.
30 feet, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead, or aberration, and I know the location of that
Within 30 feet of you.
within 30 feet. Yeah.
Christ.
I know there's a lot.
It's gonna be like sonar,
Yeah.
just like, are we passing by a pod of whales? Like,
Yeah, and you're going to be using that. Like, the thing is, that's going to flicker for things. There's going to for things. There are going to be things that flicker on that, and you know
Yeah.
that there's things that are going to be flickering on.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that I know will Like, I know that you're Fae because, I mean,
Saladrin
fucking
the
look at you.
Immortal.
Yeah.
No, it's
but
it's
if
the ones that are
things
weird.
are-
It's like you're walking by
You're-
the badger from Benumdum, and you're getting like the devil, and you're like, wait a second.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm looking mostly for things that you are not what you seem kind of vibes.
Where? So I was focusing on that dragon for, well, still am, I guess.
Which one?
The red one that flew away. I don't know.
From the
So,
Bastilian
anyways,
Theocracy.
yes.
Right. You dropped.
So was
You,
Months ago.
you said you dropped that.
did I? I don't remember. If I did, I did. That's fine. Either way, the direction that came off of. Do we have any visitors here today that arrived from that direction?
No.
Okay.
But the furthest north person, technically, that's like towards the direction of that is Eladrin the Immortal.
Elijah's an agent of them. No.
Eladrin
plot
the
twist.
Immortal-
It's a real deep cover.
real deep color. So,
I'm after hearing
so-
this news, doing the greeting job. I'm gonna actually start shaking hands and trying to perceive a little bit deeper into their
We have to go deeper.
sordid histories
Okay.
to try and see if the infiltrator is already here or if they haven't arrived yet.
Valymr, you it's probably going to take you longer than 10 minutes to get round everyone.
Okay, I mean it's level
fair.
1. I can cast it again and again as needed.
Okay. Question: are you going to try and like duck out of the room to cast it, or are you just visibly, openly going to cast Detect Good and Evil on yourself in front of everyone?
I am going to say I am going to start detecting evil people.
We're in charge of security around here. If anybody has a problem with it, they can bite it.
Yeah, I'm gonna let people know
it's
what
good-
I'm doing.
It's a good
I'm
point.
gonna
We have
go do some rounds
lanyards.
and
You know it. Everyone. You don't have lanyards or anything, but also people have got like their own. Like, everyone is still like armed and everything. Like, it's like you've got all of the leaders.
They came with security details.
Well, no, none of them have come with troops. I mean, they've all come,
It
but
was a stipulation.
yeah, none of them have come with like just guards. But for example, Eladrin the Immortal is like in armor with a bow to his side, like kind of thing. Like there are, whilst there are some who are just ambassadors, people are like, there's clearly people with like spellcasting focuses, and like there is clearly people with like swords that look ceremonial but would still cut a hand off.
yeah, while we're in this zone of truth, I don't think we're gonna be like disturbed by other people, so no one else other than this group would see me casting. But I'll tell people
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying
doing.
because 10 minutes, like, you will be in the middle of the hall when you probably need
Right.
to cast it again, and it's verbal and semantic. So it would just be like, ta-dum! Just, like in the middle of the room. Why? And like some people do have counterspell, like, so, you know, it could be quite jumpy. So I was like, you
My
know,
9th level counter spells, my level 1.
6 counterspells just pop off
just
at
to be
once.
safe.
you just like everyone sort of like knocks over drinks, like, so like counterspell. Everyone is like on edge, kind of. But no, like, so
Makes sense.
you get like a sort of celestial vibe from. You get a celestial and fae vibe from Eladrin the Immortal. You get a celestial vibe from Bastion, you know, because of Alistair. You get a bit of you get a celestial vibe from Rick, which is a little surprising.
Would I
but
have been told that he became like the avatar of
You've definitely heard of that.
that'll probably be what clicks in my mind
Yeah.
then for that.
I need to double check what Jinn are.
Uh,
Elemental.
I think
Right.
they are actually elemental.
I think so. So yeah, he's a big old elemental boy. Do they count as large intimate, large chaotic good elementals?
Seeing something clearly not of this world, pinging as not of this world,
Makes sense,
it's not
yeah.
really. Yeah, I'm looking for
You-
more like humans that have
Are there any
vibes.
are there any surprises? Put it that way.
Yeah.
There
Can I
aren't
roll
any...
an insight potentially?
Sure, give me an insight check, but you don't get any like on surface. You don't get any unknowns. But do remember,
A natural 20.
you do remember the thing that does click to you. Dragons don't appear on that list.
It's actually
Ruby-
the one thing in black that does not appear on that list.
Is going to put the lens over her eye
Sure.
and just start walking around scanning, looking for people of ill repute, disguises, illusions, dragons of an ill color.
The only dragons that... Give me a perception check. Just general things.
Sure. Perception. 14.
Sure. Joanna is just a bright glow that's kind of hard to look at.
Really lights up a room.
Yeah. But no one's in disguise outside of the two dragons you know to be polymorphed that are here as part of the guest list. Procopius and Ortho. I think it's Ortho that's here.
Nobody is polymorphed. Nobody is shapeshifted.
Nope.
No visages. Nothing. Nobody
Uh,
invisible.
Nope. Nothing right now that you see. No
So this is
visages,
also a really important question because Breton's been waiting for Ruby to do this. Does Ruby notice any secret doors hidden by magic? Because True Seeing automatically reveals those.
Not in here, no.
Okay.
She is, once she's secured in there, she will.
Actually, no. There's one thing that does take you surprise. There's actually a third dragon that you didn't know about, but
boy.
they're not of an ill color. And that's the princess of the Kaitangian Empire. Seems to be
Oh God.
of draconic origin.
Okay.
But yeah, no. Otho, and Procopius. Obviously, you see like visages of their draconic form. Joanna is just a glow. You see a Deva-like angelic being, like standing like offset the shoulder of the King Bastion. And when you see Godric, you just see like this visage behind him of just like he is like leaving an afterglow of gold everywhere, like almost like ethereal outlines of himself is following him around.
Sure.
But again, nobody seems to be.
Can she then grab Breton by the hand and say, "Want to take a walk with me around the gardens?"
Sure. I'll humor you even if you weren't willing to humor me.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I'll humor you even if you're not willing to humor me.
Humor you about what?
And he just stares at her.
I
What
legit.
were we literally
legitimately-
doing What were we literally doing 3 minutes ago that you weren't participating in?
And with
Oh,
that,
right.
and
okay.
with that, we're going to take our break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes' time, which because we're slightly over, but we will see you very soon. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere, and if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch, and just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Grey Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope from the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness. A radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast. Hello, everybody. We are back. I'm just sorting out a handout. I'm recopying a handout for everybody, so I'm doing a little bit of formatting.
I can do that if you like.
I'm already doing it. Don't worry, I'm halfway through.
Archbishop Kevin. Archbishop Kevin is the guy. Archbishop Kevin, I'm going straight for that dude. I'm checking him out.
Mort the Magnificent arrived? Let's go.
Yeah, you know Mortsy's because you asked for the entire group of people to
Yeah,
come from
nice.
that thingy. Sorry, I'm getting that list sorted out. Breton and Ruby, you went to the garden.
We're gonna take a walk around the grounds to see if anybody else is hiding, invisible.
Oh, okay. Give me an investigation check. Or
Not perception.
Or perception, but because you're searching, I would say it would be more likely to be investigation, but I will allow both.
Searching being the actual definition of perception.
If they are an agent of them, they aren't necessarily a dragon in disguise. They could just be a bog standard humanoid.
When you got a checklist of the security procedures, you check them off piece by piece.
Yeah, I'm aware, but I'm thinking that
you also want to do it, threat level. Dragon that's infiltrated beats guy with knife.
That's fair. No, that's fair. No, that's fair. Fair. That's fair.
Probably.
As long as guy with knife isn't holding something that teleports a bunch of dragons to him, then we're gooch.
Well, we'll get to that if we get to it.
Next up is going to be the detect magic on everybody.
There you go. I've reformatted the list for everybody. Detect magic on everybody. The response is yes.
All right, leave your bows, swords, weapons. Everybody walks into this building naked.
Yeah,
That's what kind of meeting it is.
I don't trust Archbishop Kevin.
Does seem
there
a
is
little
something suspicious about him.
It's too plain of a name. It's like John Smith. When you meet a John Smith, he's got a different backstory.
But also, just so I know, you've got the literal. Actually, Ruby and Breton will have noticed him, but the actual King Bishop is here as well. Like, you've full on got the Pope here.
He is here, yes.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out one of the names on this list is Lord Hootlag Growl.
Yeah, he's fine.
It's Hooterground. Lord Hooterground. He's an oh gosh, I can't remember the name race. He's an owl person.
Oh really?
Yeah, the name definitely that makes sense.
I think are they Strix?
I
need to get my humble wood.
Hey, is I guess how mingly are the parties getting?
Some more so than others. Like there's a lot of intertalking. It's where there's normal political boundaries, they're not crossing it.
Is there any like part of one of these chiefs or high-ranking individuals entourage that is not where they're supposed to be? Like they're roaming a bit too far from their circles?
The guy from the Zagreb oligarchy's name is Shaman Pork Scratchins.
Yes.
Yep. That's the goblin.
Yep.
That's the goblin.
Okay.
Non-affiliated guests.
It's
Okay.
almost like none of you read this
have a chat
list
with,
that's been available
Procopius.
For a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of what Sir Hooterground looks like as a reference.
Oh, so like a owl size.
Oh yeah, no, it's about 4 foot. 4 foot, massively chonky kind of thing. So it's like, imagine an owl just scaled, like 3D print scaled up, like loads. So it's bigger than you, I think. At least in bulk.
K is an even 5.
Okay, so
Yeah, bulk, yes. Bulk, yes. She is a spindly little thing.
And he is not. He's full plate armor. Like...
And as an owl, I'm assuming very noble and looks down his beak at her.
No, he kind of... It depends if you interact with them or not.
What's up, my fellow bird? Oh wait, you don't fly.
How about we go for a soar together? Oh, sorry.
It's just like stabbing it in the gut a little bit.
Flights to see you. Sorry, I can't help it.
God damn.
I'll come up with more later. But could I go and talk to Procopius and see if
What
I
has
can?
Kay ever done to you?
Look,
Apart
this
from
was all
trying to be a
Lambert.
part of the group.
Welcome to this party.
From just wanting to be a part of the group.
Strix. They have increased strength score. But they live around 80 years. So yes. Oh no, he's about 5 foot tall.
Goddamn.
So 5 foot.
Even-
Yeah, even.
Can they can fly?
No, they can glide.
So someone else can make the jokes to the pair of you?
No, I mean I can't glide.
Fall with style.
Yeah, Kay is just basically a normal person in terms of like flight mechanics and lift properties. Kay is a normal human person that weighs about 105 pounds, but with weak bones. So it's even worse. She has hollow bones.
Is that like a strength score debuff or something?
Well, no, that's not a thing anymore with the latest.
By the way, you
additions.
do not find anyone in the grounds.
Okay.
Can I try and chat with Procopius and bring him to somewhere a little bit quieter than a whole ass group of people?
You can certainly try. They are a member of an ambassadorial party, so they do have requirements outside of being your ally right now, but you can certainly try to grab them.
I will ask him if what news there is from Atria, and whether he had spoken to Aureus since we last were there, and small talky stuff for starters. Then.
Oh, okay. No, I shan't be ever seeing Aureus again, as per the mandate of my, what's the thing? The seat on the council has yet to be filled. The elections keep coming up, stalemated between who's going to be taking. Gosh, I can't remember the dragon that was assassinated seat. I was talking with Otho. They're yet to. There hasn't been any. There's been a few extra findings, and his eyes kind of widen. There have been a few extra findings following the investigations of the into the Vestilian theocracy, which have been fruitful. But nothing else really to report.
The Vestilian theocracy didn't show up with us. They didn't come. There's no one from there, is there?
No, but you'll remember that Atria sent a group to investigate there.
Right. Did they arrive there after we had left, or were they there before?
You spoke to them while they were there.
Right. Okay. I'll say just basically, I spoke to Breton and he mentioned you'd arrived, so I wanted to just come and say hi and just say hi and okay. There's a phrase that I'm trying to think of, and it's not touch tips, but that's all that's coming into my fucking mind right now.
Touch base.
Touch base. That's it. Thank you. That's way better. That's way better. Touch base.
Whatever you're into, man. Like, I don't judge.
I'm not a bard. Just wanted to touch base. Breton told me you'd arrived, and what do you make of our guest? There's quite a lot of people here. There's managed to get pretty much everyone we wanted.
Yes. There's a lot of very important people here with a lot of unknowns. We're doing our best to make as many introductions as reasonable.
Well, if you happen to speak to anybody of particular interest, feel free to introduce me or point me in their direction. Always happy to meet new people.
I would endeavor to find as much information as possible.
Grab his hands and say, it's nice to see you again, and I'm going to do more rounds, find a quiet spot that I can recast Detect Good and Evil, and
Sure. Okay.
Assuming that we finished our walk around the grounds, because you did say we didn't find anything,
Mhm.
Breton literally just wants to take our list of names here. Assuming that we also have a list of everyone, we should have a list theoretically of every single person on this island right now.
The only people that aren't on the list are the 4 household of
Yes.
Delphina, which is the butler, a cook, a maid, and Delphina's scribe.
Sure. Assuming that he also just adds those names to the list, he is going to make a painstaking search of just going through and just checking off who is here to see if there's anybody's here that's not accounted for.
The number of names on the list meet the number of people who are supposed to be here.
Yes.
Yes, they do.
So presumably it's one of the faction's people.
Either that or okay. Yeah, no, you'll just take that at face value if there's that is. So that would assume that there's no one on the island, at least that he's aware of, that isn't
Supposed to be here.
supposed to be here.
Unless
I'd
it's
like
Zeppelin.
to look into a few individuals. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can go first. Either of you.
James, you go first.
No, there's just 3 individuals that I want to look at.
Sure.
Archbishop Kevin, Goldseer Jaromir, and Scalder Astra.
Okay, you want to go. So, you don't know directly what these people look like, but so give me. Who would you want to try and talk to first?
That Kevin guy.
Okay. You make
Fucking
your way.
Kevin.
You make your way over to the very clearly the Artean Pantheon at Albe representatives, the Artean Church, the Church of Albe, the King Bishop's kind of taking the lead of a lot of the face-to-face, and you've got all humans. You lock eyes with the one that seems to be the youngest of them all.
Yeah.
Like the King Bishop is and most of the archbishops are crotchety and old, whereas an individual, one of them looks to be about 35.
I would approach them. Archbishop Kevin, I hope I'm presuming correctly.
Oi, that's me. Sorry, I forgive my my behaviour. Sorry. Who are you?
I'm James.
Ah.
James Willoughby.
Nice to meet you, James.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody of your group and party was settling down well, and you all didn't need anything specific.
Oh, oh, all right. No, my other brothers in faith are seem to be doing all right. Well provisioned and well looked after by the what little servers there are. Obviously, that was to be expected with how
Select the
selected
parties
and,
are, yes.
how hush everything is. Is there anything we can do for you, child? You look to be a little pale. Are you in need of healing?
Oh, I'm quite all right. I do my own medical work for myself. Thank you.
Well, all right.
If you do need anything, feel free. Let us know.
Sure thing. Are you trying to
Let's
vibe check
go.
this guy, by the way? Just as a...
Sort of, yeah. I'm trying to see if he's got an illusion on him.
Oh, give me an insight check.
I would have seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
That's true.
You can still vibe check him without an illusion. Just
Yeah.
acting strangely or anything.
Does that
Yeah. So
thing
insight.
that you're seeing
insight.
only spot magical concealment and
Sees magical consummate and the true form of any creature that's shapeshifted.
Yeah.
so would that also cover like a
Makeup.
prosthesis
No.
or a mask?
Technically not
No,
mundane.
I don't
Could
think
just
it would
be
see
Mission
much
Impossibling this.
Just a straight 9.
He just looks... he looks a little frazzled, but more so just that's kind of... You look at his, like, bishop's robes, and it's more the fact of just, like... This guy's kind of new. He kind of...
Okay. That's kind of why I picked him out. He felt new and out of place, so.
Yeah. That's kind of the vibe you're getting.
So an easy mark. Is that what you meant?
But you notice... give me a quick history check as well while you're looking at it.
That I am better at. For 17.
He looks to be... He's wearing the colours of an area of the Rien known as Anrayne Parish, which is actually the only area of the Rienian Empire that is in terms of under, like, the Emperor, is still a theocratic region. Some of you have been there. Actually, it was where you guys were incorporated was in Anrayne Parish, I believe. It's where you guys ran into the Tithe the first time.
I don't like him.
But basically, it is it's more heavily influenced by the church. But at the same time, it's quite often that you get some of the problem with the Pantheon of Albay is similar to like medieval Catholic Church, where it was like a lot of the archbishops and bishops were like the fourth sons of nobles and stuff. Anrayne Parish is a very, very not poor region because it has a lot of wealth through what it grows there. It's it's a really good sort of basin for growth and fertility. But it is a high peasant population, and being one of the only theocracies there, it's one of the only promotion through merit and not necessarily wealth regions that exists for the church.
So what you're saying is it'd be easy for somebody to sneak in this way.
Possibly, but also it's the case of it's more likely so that the person is the Archbishop of Anrayne Parish is most likely lowborn, isn't of noble stock because there isn't a nobility that has sway there.
Okay. So he's from the common folk.
this is the guy, and he's gonna figure out a way of placing that blame.
God damn it, Kevin.
All right, my
I don't
next
know,
mark. I've got 2 more marks, but we can go to somebody else for a little bit.
I don't know, Shane. The guy who pushes forward the apocalypse, like who destroys the second summit, doesn't really strike me as a name that would be Kevin.
Well,
Are
his
you serious?
he
That's
changes
exactly
his
what I
name
think of.
after.
Just as a thing, just be careful. Kevin's my brother's name.
He's the one.
Okay, I still don't think he's going to cause the apocalypse based on his name alone.
No, but he changes his name after he reveals he's the bad guy. Kevin is his undercover name, so he seems unassuming.
But his
And when
draconic
he
name
comes
is
out as
Kavon.
the- Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that. Damn it.
Zep, what are you doing?
I'm walking around with my amulet of Bahamut wrapped up in my left hand, so it's not dangling around my neck, and just seeing if it pings any seals as I'm doing introductions and saying hello to everyone.
Ooh, I don't know if I.
How close are you to Eladrin the Immortal?
That was one of the big questions.
As soon as
No, I'm
Mitch said he
trying-
had his bow, I'm like,
I'm trying to establish. Did we establish if it pings broken seals or not?
It pinged the cloak.
The
No,
cloak wasn't broken.
Broken. Sorry, when you say
Yeah,
broken, you mean
yep.
something that has been repaired and therefore not a seal anymore.
Yes, I'm trying to work out if it pings Joanna or not.
That would very quickly tell us.
Yeah. You know what? Zep, give me an Arcana or a Religion check.
I wonder which I'll choose. That is an 18. Let's make that a 23.
So you've noticed before that the amulet is like pulls, attracted to intact seals, therefore broken items. You get a feeling of a magnetic opposite.
So repulsed.
You feel a repulsion from the amulet when it gets nearer to both Joanna
And Godric.
and Godric.
Okay. But nothing from Eladrin.
You do get a pull towards Eladrin the Immortal.
Hey, Link is validated.
I called it! I called it!
wait. He did say that Eladrin came with a bow. He's carrying the bow with him.
Sure, listen, just let me have my moment. I feel like I called this.
The bow is something I've been suspicious of for a while, so. Yep.
Whether if it is the bow, who knows?
You.
No, I know. You know.
Eladrin probably
Yes, true.
Mitch
The zone
doesn't
of
even
truth
know.
moment
He
right
hasn't
there.
wrote
Who
a
knows?
thing
You
for
do.
the last 2 years. It's just been right out of his ass the whole time.
It's surprisingly coherent for being made up on the spot.
God's strongest improv.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised how much I have improved of this campaign.
No, we wouldn't, Midge. Two very experienced DMs. We recognize improv when we see it. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's It's the joke of, man, DM, you seem like you put a lot of effort in like planning this game. It's like, yeah, and it just shows the sticky note, stupid sexy goblin. That's all the planning they did.
Speaking of super sexy goblin, let me go check out that goblin fiddlesticks,
Before
whatever their name
we
was.
go farther, I do want to clarify this because this is something not on this list. Are also 3 figures I thought may have been here. Did Zedaar come with the Atrian delegation?
No.
He did not. Okay.
No, because
It's Darius and Antoine here.
He's at the triumvirate.
Yes, he is not. He's in Vistalian Theocracy. He's not actually in.
Did you want
Atria.
Darius and Anton? Anton would be here because he's the one that's helped. He's been helping you set up. So yes, Anton is here.
He's
Did
our
you
head of
want
magical security.
Darius here.
Darius was invited. It was whether or not. Yeah, if Roach doesn't want to play Darius, Darius doesn't need to be here. That's fine.
Darius would be here, yeah.
Okay, so they're both on the list and they're both here.
Okay. Just clarifying, they are also here because if Kay could have included at least Darius in the psychic telepathy, that would have gone
Did
a long
anybody-
way and just.
Did anybody extend the idea that Darius was a part of the group to
This is where we find out Darius was the villain all along. Top 10 D&D betrayals.
I was trying to help you to retiring him, but we just kept dragging him back.
He would be very.
Been safe for a while.
Yeah, no, it's like welcome. No, it's a rite of passage when you change characters. The old one has to come back at least twice now, apparently.
Yes, Zep would have pointed him out as one to extend your link to.
Okay. Yeah, she can. I think she can do that. I gotta actually see what the upper limit is on people.
Going to also include Anton, but I thought there might be a problem with the limit.
Okay, yeah, there is a limit. I misread that because I'm mixing up the fact that the psychic die is twice your proficiency bonus is the total number, so 8, whereas the psychic whispers is only 2 your proficiency bonus, so 4. So 4 individuals can be brought on the link, so 5 total on the network.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you can't even get the entire group.
No, I couldn't. Well, yeah,
Nope.
originally it was just to help.
Sorry, no,
with,
you
like,
you can't
subgroups.
just get us. Or sorry, no, 4,
Yes.
because so one person's not in the group.
One person is
Yeah.
off comms. Who's
Yeah,
off
one
comms?
person. So basically, we have to work out like who's in a subgroup or next to somebody that has comms.
I'm
Saber, come on.
But yeah,
Saber.
that's what you get, is it?
Also,
Okay.
I have to. Every time you say "but Midge," I just want to jokingly say, "No, it's "benum dum."
Dumb. Yeah, that's what you get.
Which was the seal that was repaired when he became an avatar?
It looked like a helmet.
Yeah, it was
So
the
the
crown.
heart.
Exactly.
And Ruby's so angry about that right now, you have no freaking idea. Anyway.
Sorry, no. Zep, do you have any more that you're doing?
No, that was it.
Breton is going to ask Ruby, in this instance, to get them back together and say, I would like to go through and just speak with all of the delegation from Nalathal, since we have at least, 7 different kingdoms represented here, lots of different people, and I'm not entirely sure that there are some of them that may not have been along the same lines as your father.
She'll nod. I admit I don't know them that well.
You've met them, you are nobility of the realm, that's a good excuse for you to just talk with them.
That I can do.
James, who's next on your hit list?
Goldseer Jarmir.
Goldseer Jarmir. Okay. You move over to Principality Korzak and you see it's very ornate golden robes, but an old kind of crinkly, wrinkly orc man, with kind of like one singular golden tooth, poking out of his lower jaw. But they got like a huge squint to their eyes, like almost like someone's holding a flashlight to them, like really close. All that. You know that?
Yeah.
You know the meme where it's like in the bright light? Yeah, it's that. That's his grimace, like constantly. Like Limmy in the bright light, wake up like that. He's got that face going on.
Does he look reluctant to my approach?
He doesn't really notice you.
No.
No.
Okay. Then
It's not
who
very
in the party
perceptive.
looks younger than that one?
The youngest is the youngest. It looks to be the leader of that group, which is the Prince King.
I guess I would touch base with them and I would try and see how the rest of his entourage responds, and I would just do the same thing. I would just come up and make sure that they Prince, is there anything that you or your folks might need that's a little bit above what the servants and servers around here have been able to provide?
No, it is. He looks to be. He's got that sort of. he's got a bold pride about him. He's kind of like he's got a goblet in one hand and like one hand on his side, sort of pushing away his cloak, and he looks confident in himself. And he was like, "Oh, if we could get an itinerary of what is going on, that would be very helpful. As in, like, what are the proceedings? Who is?" If there's any allocations to when people are talking, that kind of thing, that would be perfect. But as for refreshments and food, we are quite capable of helping ourselves.
Well, very well then. We will make sure. I will make sure to get with the Master of Ceremonies and see what our day has in store for us.
Very good. I understand that the actual summit is to begin tomorrow. I intend to make myself to interact with everyone beforehand as much as I possibly can. I am to understand you are of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, yes?
Yes,
the ones who set out the invites in the first place.
That is correct.
Very good. If you should need any help in terms of breaching the gap between the Eladrin and the Rien, my nation has been well known to do such in the past, and would be honored to help you once more.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you for the offer. And again, if you need anything above what the wait staff can handle, let me know.
It's blessings of
And
gold onto you.
And I hope the saying is to you as well. And I'll give him a short little bow and head off.
Okay. Okay. Valymr, are you guys doing anything in particular? I know, Valymr, you're divine sensing. Is there something you want to do after divine sensing? Or are you good for a moment?
Not right now.
Okay, Kay.
She's surreptitiously following James.
Okay.
she's just tagging along with random person. She's been given no direction whatsoever, and she's just going to be nearby at all times.
Okay.
Great.
I guess the other thing.
That's perfect. Do you have a little clipboard and stuff in your hand? Or like something to write on?
No. She's got keen mind.
It's true.
Well,
she does have keen mind.
Yeah,
she remembers everything.
I will want to reiterate something. She's a very useful person to have in this question. She is she's being
This is
shoved
so
down
perfect for you to be coming around talking to people with me with. This is great.
It's like I am built for this. Go away.
Then do it.
Love this. I love D&D.
She has no idea what the fuck's going on. It's just like, the only other thing she's gonna do is maybe like start interrogating the people are okay, because she hasn't met any of the people here.
All right, so after you've seen me do this twice now, Kettle, I think I'm gonna shift off to a couple other things. Do you mind continue on with this investigation of some of the lesser known on the list?
I'd be happy to. What am I asking?
Just kind of follow along with what I did. Just be polite and try and get a feel for them. See if anybody is fishing for information from you that doesn't really line up with their purpose here, sort of thing. Or I don't know if they seem a little bit shifty, like they're out of place, or they're looking to do something, or like they're waiting for something to happen. I don't know. Just
That's
things
pretty
out of the
broad.
normal.
Right.
It is. That's I mean, how can I be more specific? Yeah, I can't. There's this world we live in is so out of the normal of like just one set of things that it's so hard to be specific. You
Right,
just
and
got to
I
look
guess
for everything. I have faith in you.
I have two
Thank you.
questions then before you go. So one, who am I going towards here? Do I have a hierarchy, a list, or something? You can just tell me, and I will remember it.
Okay, well, and I'll just try and point out a couple
What are we
of
trying to
the.
get at? Who do you want her to look at?
I was trying to pick out like people who are kind of the extras of the main person who was invited, and go to them and talk to them and see if there's anything that the group might need, and try and just get a feel for each of the individuals that we don't know yet. So kind of just get a vibe check for each of the individual groups by going through the lowest ranking person.
Okay, so each of the groups.
Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense. No, Roach understands what's happening, but you but again.
Yeah, no, I'm
Kay
I'm
hasn't
explaining
been
this now
explained,
in character to Kettle and
yeah. So I
but-
get it. Yeah, just go to
Okay.
each individual. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Does that sound like it's in your ballpark?
I can give it a shot.
Well,
I'm good with people.
let's see if you can hit a home run.
Okay, second question. So I'm kind of this is actual work that I'm being assigned for that seems to be directly related to your business as a adventuring company. So is there like a compensation package or like a contract to sign?
Yes, you'll have to talk to treasurer, and they are back
Right.
on the ship right now, I believe. So
Okay, so can I get like a slip or like a work voucher that I?
well, you said you remember everything, right?
I do, and I do remember saying that, but it's more for proof and everything.
To prove what? That you were here? You're as here clear as day. Everybody can see you.
Okay, all right.
I'll vouch for you. Don't worry. I've got your back.
Okay, all right.
He just gives you a big toothy smile as he walks off, and
You notice
You got
fat
this.
fangs in his mouth.
it-
I don't know if Kay
She's
knows
clocked that I'm pretty sure she's not an idiot, and she has she has a minimum of 21 perception.
She has perceived the lack of blood circulation.
yeah, the lack of the heartbeat.
No heartbeat.
So I'm
minute
salivating
later,
to one of the
thump.
house like staff getting a cut on their hand like a week ago.
Actually, like Ruby, at one point, you are approached by the very, very tall, very gaunt man that is known as the head butler. He kind of comes, Lady Sunderstar, we're slowly running out of hors d'oeuvres. Would you like us to try and handle it for now?
She'll
And
look
then
to
he
Breton.
gives like the weirdest toothy grin.
She will, because they're getting on their way to go talk to nobles, and then she'll look to Breton.
Our ability to route out any potential issues really going to be undone by the fact that you are personally responsible for serving these guests appetizers.
See, this guy seems trustworthy.
The staff has my recipe cards. They should be able to follow them to the letter.
Very well.
Trust him with that.
We will handle it. He like sort of
She just looks at me like Breton going, "What am I supposed to do? Stop putting bad thoughts into either action I take. You're supposed to have my back, not push me down a flight of stairs."
Clarifying that it's like,
He
okay,
meanders
you
off.
trust him with that. Good.
He meanders
This is
off.
more important.
Just follow my recipe cards to the letter, and when they arrive, bring the first batch to me, and I will sample to make sure they're correct.
Very well.
Okay.
He meanders off.
I just believe when he meanders off, he doesn't move his legs, he just slides.
No, he moves his legs too much.
Yeah, it's a lot
Like
of mini legs.
No, it's
like
it's like not too far from a
The
true step.
long-legged walk.
Yeah, it's like almost Ministry of Silly Walks. Like he almost falls onto each step.
Okay.
a weird place.
Yeah. You picked it. It's serving its
Yeah,
purpose.
they all picked it.
We did in fact pick this place.
Well,
anyway.
Zep, are you doing anything else, Zep?
No, I don't think so. Just doing my best to say hello to everyone, make sure everyone feels welcome, and kind of doing the captain of the Skyfire thing.
Sure.
Speaking of Zep, do you think it would be wise to have the Skyfire do some, like, circles around the island up high to scout around?
Yeah, my thoughts was basically the Skyfire is just going to be on a slow circle just around the island, probably half a mile out or so, with someone on the telescope at all times.
Okay. It does so. I'm not going to sit here and move the Skyfire around the map you've got. Just...
Why not?
Why not?
Midge?
My
immersion
is ruined.
Because you herd of cats that I call a party require my full attention.
One cat's a tree and the other one's not here right now. So we're making up for it.
This is what happens when a cat gets stuck up a tree, in a tree, as a tree.
Stuck as a tree.
As a tree.
That's the proper, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
You alright, Shane, with us making fun of your characters? Like,
No,
spitting
I
animation?
just caught the cat as a tree, not the cat up a tree, and I was okay. We need a firefighter.
That's it. That's the secret.
It's a secret.
You need a man named Sam.
Wait, let me look at the list.
Valymr,
Yes.
make a stealth check for your discretion. Because obviously that individual is in the main room.
I'm going to use point of luck.
Sure.
Of course you are.
23.
Okay. You inform them. They note it.
Okay.
As for the second part of that message, unless it's not someone not of this world, then no.
Fair enough.
In the same ways that you already at your utilization have true seeing, etc. There wouldn't be anything they could do or to detect. There's no like thing. Detect hidden feeling. Like,
I cast vibe check.
Isn't that just Counselor Troy from Next Generation?
Can who in the party was who did the most research on them?
I would say Ruby.
Ruby.
Okay. James would want to ask, are them usually like a particular...
You're asking
do
me if they are a race?
Yeah, do they hail from a certain region typically more often than not?
Don't know. I don't know enough about them. I know that they exist
Okay.
and that they hate what is, and if they're comprised of anybody, it's people who were displaced by the coming of this second Green and Pleasant Day. So Ruby's inclination is you're looking for people that are outsiders, but there aren't any here.
So, yeah, the thing is, make a history check, because some of this is knowledge recollection for the party.
Me?
Yeah, let's go you and Shane.
Sure. 21.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully that landed in the box. That would be a 20.
So you know that, so for example, them is a collective term used for a lot of the cults. There are various cults, and basically each cult it can be for any number of the Assembly of the Apocalypse or or any of the deities displaced by the Girian in present day. Each was like a group known as the Children of Them were also a cult, but they were a cult that directly wanted the king that never was to become the only deity. But there are other cults that use them as well. It's a
collection of cults and people that were those who were kicked out or refused by
the draconic element of it are the ones that are essentially the dragons were the only race from beforehand that is kind of mightier than thou that kind of stayed and could were magical enough to withstand the power of the Great Summit and all of the commotion, and could hide enough so they now have become almost like anarchists, like giving enough information for other cults to form, then fucking off kind of thing. So there's a lot of interconnectivity.
But it's like trying to grab sand. It can be a lot of people, but you're looking for those who were displaced, shunted out, or rejected.
Or have a radical idea against the status quo of the divine.
Yes. So you're looking for Ruby's idea of them is mostly outsiders, elementals, devils, demons, that kind of thing. But she hasn't seen any of that. Plus, chaotically aligned or the chromatically aligned dragons and the gem dragons.
Yeah,
but we haven't seen any.
Would the cult that Ruby's father started, or was a part of, would that have followed under the classifications of the Scorned Ones of them? Technically speaking,
Ruby's mother is also a part of it. Technically,
the Scorned Ones of them directly is a reference to the ones that were super pro the return of the king that never was. So no, but they would
not the specific group, but
they
fitting
would
into
be,
the thematics
yes,
of.
You would feel that there is a high chance that they could have been one of the many cults inspired to cause chaos, essentially. Plus, they wanted to bring back a trap deity. So, yes, would be the.
Was why Breton was like, maybe we should really talk to the other people in Arthel to see if your father wasn't alone doing the shit that he was doing.
Which is where Ruby is going towards now.
Okay, you can do so. Who are you trying to hit first?
I'm gonna hit the King of Othray first.
Yeah, sure.
Since we, know him and
know him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully the one person on this list that we can very quickly cross off as being fine.
Yeah, you've met both these individuals before, the Arthurian team. They're also like the other four kingdoms are very buddy compared to Othray. Othray are a little bit more like looked down upon, and which you'd know one of the reasons would be whilst all of the other kings are king elects for the High Kingdom, Othray is the only one that also elects their king from the nobility of its region. The others are just straight bloodline, like primogeniture.
Sure. Your Majesty, Ruby will bow.
It is nice to see you again.
You as well.
I wish it was under less dire circumstances.
With any luck, it won't be. With any luck, by the time this is done, the circumstances will be less dire. To that end, we have had an intelligence report suggest that somebody amongst this party is part of them. Do you have anything on that?
Alistair has been checking those who are here, from who I've seen, no one is out of place in terms of magical disguise or otherwise. If the infiltrator is going to be here, they're going to be here in more mundane disguise or just a direct infiltration.
Has there been any reports on the cult that my father and the Iron Duke, the Duke of Arthray,
Duke of Arte.
Duke of Arte were a part of?
We purged certain connected elements of their nobility there from council and title and life by the end of it. Others we've kept a clean watch on.
My family included.
They are watched, but I believe they're not of any harmful elements to the order of things. We did uncover a connection to it was a trader from the Underdark that was helped put your father into connection with the Drow.
Sorry, trader as in person who deals in merchandise, or
Yes.
traitor as in somebody who's betrayed things?
Trader.
Okay.
A merchant. Sorry, I need to pull up a name. It might take me a little while to find.
Okay.
Actually, I'm just gonna. Well, no, actually, this should be fine.
I suppose it goes without saying that none of the people who were involved in that plot line are here.
No. A trader by the name of Istelvir?
Sounds draconic.
No, I think it was a drow of some sort.
I don't recognize the name. I'm sorry, you're all smiling. There's something I should get. And...
No, you won't get it, but Valymr, you will get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All drow know each other, I guess. This is the world we live in.
So you can ask Valymr about that, because you hear the connection, like maybe Valymr might know something about that.
We'll go that route later.
Yeah.
That's subsection D plot later. Okay.
But we are on our guard. I am fairly familiar with the majority of the other kings. Some of the knights as well. I've seen them joust a lot or take part in the Chevalier tier
Anybody out
tournaments.
of character?
Out of character or out of sorts. Obviously, I am always concerned about those of Havaray. I would get your ally James, perhaps, to assess them. He would be better suited to know what's going on there, as that is where he hails, is it not?
I believe so. Yeah.
Some of the I've heard a lot of points out the Sir Gurnir, it's also known as the Heart of the Dragon. He is a well-respected knight. The one I'm unsure of why they're here is Hugon the Shy, but that's mainly because he's very brash, not the most political. I'm guessing the King Elector of Guezui was not feeling confident about security. But he kind of points out, so Lord Elise, Gliswy, and Schultes, they're all pretty familiar with each other. He just points to the dark corner. Havare or Havare.
You said you purged most of the cult? That include documents or works or notes, things like that?
He looks at you curiously. We kept some evidence, but anything heretical was dealt with.
Hate that word. I would like access to see some of the records if I may when this is all done.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you. Has there been any work on my estate to be repaired or fixed, or is that just going to be left?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
My mother still lives at her sister's house. I was trying to arrange that situation to be resolved.
Yes. In terms of those who are here from the High Kingdom, you can most likely trust the High King. He is my cousin. I am not sure of the lady that he's brought with him. I have not met her before.
Yoink!
He points out as a small sort of 5'6" strawberry blonde woman in a violet sort of gown.
I'll take a visit over them later. Thank you.
That would be out of those I've had somewhat contact with. That would be where I would identify.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Kettle.
Yes.
Make a perception check for me.
Do I need to?
Yes.
Because I do want to reiterate my natural perception
I
is
know.
20. Okay. I could... 21.
Okay. Thank you.
God. Luck point.
Sure. You may spend a point of luck.
Damn it. This is totally just mid fucking with me. 25.
You hadn't really noticed it before, but there's like an ornate sort of fish tank. Sort of like as part of the decoration of this hall. A couple of the fish are dead.
Sorry? What was
A couple
that?
of the fish are dead. Just two of like the 6.
What kind of fish? Are they like betas? Like this is an every Tuesday thing? Or?
Were they like that when we got here? Did we just not notice?
Has anyone got eyes on the owl?
Well, I imagine if it was the owl, they wouldn't still be in the tank.
Well, I'd say Zaraj, but she's not here.
I'd say...
There's another tabaxi here, though.
Get it.
I'd say give Roach relay to I'm trying to guess who's on the net because we worked out that.
Okay, who's the one person you don't want on the net? I would probably.
Ruby.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably either Ruby or Breton because they're the two that are walking around together the most likely. Like,
Yeah.
you're
So,
perceptive enough to know that if Breton isn't with anyone, it's with Ruby.
I guess she'd report this sighting of dead fish to. I guess who would be in charge? She was sent on a mission by James. She's gonna tell James.
Okay.
James, there's a couple of dead fish in the main fish tank in the hall here. Just have some of the.
Your keen mind would have picked up that they were alive yesterday.
Just happened today.
Who's been over by the fish tank?
Mitch, who's been over by the fish tank?
A lot of people. A good 50%
Is the top of the fish
that
tank
list.
open? Like, is it like glass sides and then open
No,
top?
it's got a roof.
It's got a roof.
Was it like built into like a small bookcase sort of thing?
A good half of the guest list over there.
That doesn't narrow anything down, does it?
No.
Well, they're dead, right? So if there's any tampering, I might be able to see why they died.
They look pretty dead.
Yeah, I'll go take a look, and I'll try to can't think of it. Grim psychometry. See if anybody poisoned the water or whatever, did something funky with
So
it,
you're
See
gonna
the fish's
tampered with
last
them,
moments.
caused their
you find
deaths.
you find the way to take the lid off because it's kind of built into the fish, into the case of the feature. But you move some books around, you're like, oh, this is how it is. It's built into the shelf. Are you grabbing one of the dead fish?
Is it floating?
Yeah, they tend to when they die.
That is one of the statements of, oh, so you touch it from a DM, just so you're aware.
With what hand?
I know what it is.
No, grim
I-
psychometry works through touch, so I'm wondering if
Yes,
it's going for the
yes,
water
No,
or
no,
the
no.
fish.
It's okay.
I would. I would touch. Well, my hand would be in both, so I don't know. It would a blend through of both.
I put it as the thing. It isn't like because it doesn't flash activate. Like you have to think about it. So I think it would be a case of you'd have to put your hand in the water and then think about the water and try to sense it, or you'd grab the fish.
The
and try to
fish.
sense it.
I'm going for the fish. What killed the fish?
Okay.
It was still alive until this moment.
Ah, yeah.
Make
Until I pulled
me,
it out of the
yeah,
water.
Maybe the history check
The
that you need to
history,
make
yeah.
for grim psychometry.
Here it comes.
Mm.
Oh, 27.
Then hung
Okay.
on that one.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Ah, yep. Here it comes. I think I actually have disadvantage on those right now because I have a mutagen active. Let's see.
Oh no.
Is Valymr anywhere
Natural
nearby?
20s. Two
No,
natural
it's
20s.
disadvantage on charisma saving throws for the increased intelligence.
If I wasn't told, probably not.
Uh,
Yeah, he didn't tell you.
yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. So just a wisdom saving throw. Here it comes.
I need to put some darker music on than that's on right now.
An 11.
Perfectly average.
Yep.
Balanced.
11. We'll come to that in a moment. Your eyes flash to a deep, deep dark, like you're deep underwater. Nowhere near, like it's not a fish tank. This is the depths of the ocean, and you just see a purple glow, and then the whispers of, you think from the fish, it's coming. You take 2d6 for a total of 10 psychic damage.
Jeez.
Oh. Okay, it's gonna look like you having a little bit of psychic understanding, it's gonna look like James just got punched in the brain. Like his head's gonna knock back, eyes roll back. He's gonna look like he's about to pass out as he like grabs the edge of the fish tank, and you just see blood start kind of coming down out of the corner of his eyes and his nose and his ears, and he goes, "We're fucked."
Okay, that's so. So, what did you see? Making it. People are starting to look. Come, James, come, skip down.
Yes, thank you.
You close that little fish tank.
Yeah, we'll tidy that up. Have that. Yeah. I imagine I would have just let the fish stay in the tank at that point. I would have just let go.
Oh, I think you vehemently dropped it back in. Like, I think that's like people heard the bloop of like the, and you like kind of stumbling back, and everyone like a few people around you.
That was intense, Kettle. Have you ever seen a purple glow in the middle of an ocean that tells you something's coming?
Can't say I have. It's not a normal thing I experience. No.
So this would be a first for you as well, then. First adjacent. It was. I guess I'm the subject here.
James, I'm going to be honest with you. This is all new to me.
What do you? Are you not? Have you not been an adventurer? You're not used to all the craziness in the world you live in?
I don't know what I did that gave you that impression immediately, but no.
You joined an adventuring company. That's what gave me that impression. Anyways, so purple glowing thing in the middle of the ocean, deep down, like crushing depths down.
Right.
I don't think Davy Jones has even been that far down.
Who?
Never mind. A sailor's story. Fairy
To be
tale.
honest, this is the first time I've really been around the ocean my whole life, so.
You're missing nothing.
Oh, Valymr. How are you? Did you see what just happened?
Hi, no, what, why, did you do your thing with the blood flicking eye thing? Because you've got the blood, might want to wipe that up a bit.
No, I wasn't in a fight. I touched one of the dead fish that our friend Kettle informed me of, and it brought me.
Do you normally see a purple light in the deep ocean?
You look towards the fish tank. There's 3 dead fish.
How many fish did you say?
2.
Can you
There
count?
were 6 in the tank. There were 2. Now there's 3.
No.
3.
There's a Carol. You look up. There's a 3rd dead fish.
Okay.
They might be our
That's new.
countdown timer.
What did you see?
Purple glow that said they're coming, and then punched me in my brain.
He still has not told anybody else about this, though.
Kettle, you should probably tell everyone else to come here.
Okay. I was going to, but I didn't want to overstep my bounds.
What do you-
flashes in all your mind. Emergency! Come to the fish tank.
Terrain, pull up.
Yeah, Ruby's eyes with the lens will just snap over to the fish tank.
Bank angle.
Yeah, and I'll do the directed detect. I'll do detect magic.
Divine sense.
No, I'll do
you mean?
detect magic first.
Doesn't seem to be magic.
I mean, I'll divine sense.
Sure. What does divine sense give you again? Fey fiend, undead.
Celestial fiend, undead, and it also detects if something has been desecrated or consecrated.
None of that.
Okay.
Somebody should tell the butler.
We should not let anybody else touch that fish tank for now.
Well, I'd assume the issue with it was you. I mean, I shouldn't touch it. I'm assuming, but
No, there's some kind of connection to those fish in that tank, and I'm starting to think that it connects it to a deep, 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 deep center in the water, in the ocean.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Could you imagine if that just became the portal for
going
something
to-
deep and dark to come busting out?
I'm
Probably
going to just go
3
ask
or
the
4,
butler.
7 steps back.
Sure.
What were you
Breton
saying,
is
like?
just-
He's
Breton
gonna
is.
go talk
is-
to
yeah,
him.
I'm gonna go ask the butler.
Yeah, you find him at like the door to the kitchen.
Yeah, who's making my food?
So
The cook.
apparently the fish are just dying off rapidly in the
Oh,
fish
no.
tank.
Oh no. The lady is quite fond of her fish.
Yes. Is there something off about that fish tank? Because so far 2 have died and they just seem to be dropping dead of their own accord.
Oh no, that's terribly wrong. We've only just. Well, no, they're some of her favorite. They're some of the lady's favorites. I'll have to order more, but thank you for telling me.
We need to tell her.
Very well.
So Breton will just relay, yes, this is not normal. These fish were new. They should have been fresh, alive.
Is this
Can-
fish tank movable?
might
Um,
create a scene.
Can I
Did
cast
anybody
detect
take?
poison and disease?
Hmm?
Can I cast detect poison and disease?
Sure.
Just like, did anybody take create or destroy water?
Why do I have lunatic?
No, the cleric thing.
Yeah.
We don't have a cleric or a druid.
Valymr,
It-
there
it's-
is no poison or disease.
Yeah. Out.
There's no poison or disease
Hmm.
in the fish tank, in the fish. I look behind me and see 30 feet away Eladrin. There is in him. Don't worry about that. Yeah.
Actually, this would be quite near where the Eladrin party is.
Is there anyone else that's clocking that, by the way?
You're now all starting to get looks from certain, like a lot of. Okay, put it. A lot of the leaders of the groups are not paying attention at all. They're like very focused on their task. But the hangers-on of the various groups are kind of, because also they're intrigued as you guys are the sort of leaders of this apparent. You've managed to get the entire world's Congress essentially together. But they've now seen that there's a commotion going towards the fish tank, and it's like, why is everyone over there? Kind of, you're starting to get some looky-loos.
For
If
what we
there
know
is
of
some-
the estate grounds, is this the safest room for people to be in if something's going on? Is there a more secure room, like a meeting room or something that we can be like, so it's time for us to start transitioning into this room?
Is there a more formal dining hall that we could have everybody set up in the dine and trying to move things forward towards a dinner? Since we were just doing hors d'oeuvres.
This is kind of the main, what is going to be the council room, and you've kind of got it, like, people have been gathering in here because it's like where the entrance is, but you can direct people off to the bedchamber. The problem is that if you've, well, as you can see with the map, this building is squares of buildings. It's like there's a wing, there's a northeast, south, and west wing of this with a central garden in the center. There is there's an outdoor sort of like it's more like an outdoor dining kind of pizza oven kind of thing that she's got going on in the center of the garden with a small
Is that
shrine
that,
next
like,
to it as well.
semicircle-y bit?
Yeah, it's kind of like, put it this way, she goes and sits there and chills with a book in her garden kind of area. And then there's like the bedroom wings, but there's no sort of. You identified this occasion because obviously it gives you a good look at the front of the place. and seeing everyone arriving, you wouldn't like you'd be able. One of the reasons you picked it is like you could see someone teleport from in the room that you're in and keep an eye on the summit at the same time, sort of thing. If anyone tried to do that,
I think it would be easier to move the fish tank out if we think something is going to come from it, rather than move the people. It is easy enough to say that this thing is malfunctioning.
Why don't you investigate it a little deeper, see if there's any type of item, object, artifact causing this?
I got my lens over it. I don't see anything.
no.
I detected
There's
magic, but
legit
nothing.
every answerable question it's coming up trumps. These fish are just.
It's not diseased. It's not poisoned. It's not.
All you know
It
is
must
that
not
when
be
you
the-
grim psychometry that fish, it gave you a warning.
They may just be responding to something that they are aware of that we are not.
I still think that there is a link between the water in this tank and wherever these fish, or something.
Okay.
That
Might
is
also be
leaking.
the shifting of a magnetic field that happens a lot.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go get some
Mass
fresh air.
dials.
I was about to ask, can you grim psychometry the newest fish?
Do it again.
Look, we gotta
Valymr.
establish if there is a pattern or merely coincidence.
Valymr, remember what happened when you did something twice in a row out of foolishness?
Yes, this is exactly what I'm asking you to do.
Yes,
why
when
we
your
don't take
friend
advice
jumps
from
off
you,
a
Valymr.
bridge, you throw them a rope. You don't jump with them.
Okay, so who you want? Okay, James, you go outside. Who are you trying to move the fish tank?
Well, Zep himself isn't, but if Breton is around, I would request that he helps.
Breton is convinced it has nothing to do with the fish tank.
Okay.
Because he just thinks like this
Braun
is
can do a bit of a lifty lift if you need him to.
Is it movable, or is it actually built into the room?
It's kind of like it's not made to move, but you can move it.
No,
I
I think
let
Breton's
Delphira
actually
know.
gonna. I think Breton's actually gonna go with James, just because he's gonna step out into the courtyard and just look up.
Interior or out exterior?
Interior courtyard.
I would be
somewhat
going
okay.
towards the exterior because
Oh,
I
that's
want
what
to
I-
try and fly up and get high and look out into the ocean to see if I see a glow.
Okay.
Because that thing sent me a warning. We are in the middle of the ocean. I want to look for a glow.
Marcus, are you
Tsunami.
seeing anything?
Yeah.
Good show.
We are coming. We're coming around the northeast corner of the island. We have nothing on scan except for the patrolling Kensek ships.
Keep the telescope on the sea itself. We may have something coming from that. Just keep an eye.
Are
Roger
we
that.
able to get? Sorry, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything.
Roger that, Captain. I will also put spotters to look at the sides that the telescope cannot see.
Thank you.
So, James, you begin flight. Is anyone else doing anything?
I'm
I
gonna,
would go. Sorry. I would go up where Breton is so that he could see where I am and we could maintain some type of verbal, visual like hand signal contact.
Imagine, like I said, I imagine Breton is watching the sky. He's like, he was not there when the dragon. Actually, was he there? I think he was there when the dragon breached through. He's looking for like changes in atmospheric patterns. He's looking for the weather to change. Like, assuming that's gonna come, that's like he's looking for something big to happen. Like if another dragon is just gonna pop right on top of us.
Okay. It's a little bit of a grey day. Pockets of sun, but no, there's no like, oh, that's a hurricane in the distance. There's
Yeah.
nothing like. James, as you float up, give me a perception check. Also, Kettle, you said you had your hand raised. Were you intending to do something?
I was.
Yeah. James takes a while to float up. He's only got a 20-foot float speed, so.
Yeah, it's very slow.
If he starts to floating and I just throw him, does he go faster?
Probably.
Like
'Cause
launching
it'll be
me
a
off.
case of like he yeet and then he was slow, sort of like. It's like one of those like
It's like a double jump. You gotta
no,
catch
it's
yourself.
like those cars that you could pull back and they'd go for a little way and then kind of slow down. But yeah,
No, Ruby is stay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know there's people starting to like look and be interested in the commotion and everything. Can Kettle just like try and like look around, see if anybody's paying particular attention or looks out of place or is pointedly not looking that direction? Essentially, like, is there somebody who looks suspicious?
Give me
Either too much or too little.
What a
Insight?
smart thing to do.
Or, sure, it's not
You're
perception.
trying to read people, so I'd say that's insight.
Cool.
You pointedly mentioned people.
5 check.
Well, fuck you. Still got a 21.
I will say that is also what Ruby is doing. She is down inside looking at people. Now that there's commotion going on,
Make an insight check.
who is deliberately not looking
Sure,
at the...
make an insight check.
Zep is also doing the same and will flash of genius kettles. So it's a 26.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
4.
It's a lot of
She's
people.
good at many things. Insight's not on her list of defense.
26 total. Kettle.
There's an individual that's you see an individual over by the window, kind of their hands kind of on a necklace, and they kind of look nervous.
Oh, Kay goes. They look nervous. Kay's gonna go and see what's wrong and maybe help them with some service. Like, do they need an hors d'oeuvre or a wine?
Okay.
Or something. So she
Wild
immediately
horse.
goes. Yeah, she immediately goes there. Just to confront.
Can I get you anything? Jail cell perhaps?
But she
Sure.
immediately, yeah.
Sure,
Go
you start heading
towards
over.
him.
James. Make a
Who is
perception
this
check.
person?
I did. I rolled a 3. It was bad.
The waves are picking up. No.
I mean, can Kettle do like the annoying like teenager thing of just like going up near this person from kind of an like an angle where they can't see and be really loud when they start the conversation to just try and like throw off maybe a concentration that they've got going on or something.
Sure.
Like freak him the fuck out.
You want to jump? You want to jump scare them?
Loud raven startle.
You want to just jump startle
Yeah.
them?
Yeah, sure. Make a stealth check.
Oh. You okay?
Look, I'm playing into your skill set.
This is a minimum of 24, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's a minimum of 21.
So 21.
Yeah, 21. Yep, honestly,
you sneak up.
I can use a psychic thing for free right now and just
No,
get
you
an
sneak up
extra
to them.
D10 just if you want. Yeah, no, she goes there and then she starts the conversation loud and obnoxiously as is.
How you doing?
As is standard
just made your
for
cat
young
jump.
adults.
Every time.
No. Sorry, Luna.
Yeah, just like that. So just like, hello. What's do you need anything? Yeah, kind of, just immediately like.
No, quite all right. I was just a little perturbed at the man that just started floating outside.
Oh, he's a part of the security for this event.
Oh, right. Okay. Really?
Do you need some? Yes. We do. Spared no expense.
A glass of water would be nice.
The fish.
Hey,
Breton, can you make this up?
Honestly, a glass of water is the hardest thing that could have been ordered in this middle of the ocean island in the like with medieval kind of technology. It's
18.
like
Yeah.
18.
like
Breton.
a rain basin or something on the water.
Now that you've been standing outside for a little while, you're not sure if it's tidal, but the water level looks to be rising just off the shore.
Breton, do you
Are we talking like uncharacteristic rising? Like,
It's hard to tell right now, but you could have sworn it was like a foot lower, like because where the watermark is like it's marking a higher point on the rock.
thing is displacing the water.
I don't see anything from up here, Breton.
You know if I
Whoa.
kaiju?
This island better not fucking sink.
Will somebody ask one of the staff, when does the tide come in?
You said
3 moons.
Goes
That's
looks at
through
the
the,
butler.
that's through the telepathy, I think. Right?
It would have to be. I can.
Ruby will
Wait,
ask the butler, when does the tide come in?
I think Ruby's the one that's not on.
Yeah,
the
Ruby's
telepathy.
pointedly
no.
the one that is.
No, then she's having a conversation with,
Yeah.
random lady number 422.
Valymr, go. Ask. Yeah.
I'll
do
find a person to
Let's
ask
go.
that to. One of
If
the.
there's something fucky with the tide, Valmyr's the person who's the farthest from it.
I've just
the most
heard.
interesting
I've
in
just heard that the water level is rising. Now, I don't know anything about oceans. I want to keep it that way, but is this normal? And do I need to get afraid right now? I'm a little on edge. What's going on with the water?
Okay.
I heard something about a tide. Don't know what a tide is. Lay it on me. I'll pass it on.
Can the staff have answered like that? Just
Zep.
okay.
You're about to speak.
Yeah, did Zep hear this thing about the tide?
Oh yeah, it went to your brain.
He's relaying. Relaying.
Could you please ask Aero to look up the tidal charts for this island?
Naturally.
We have the weather report here. High tide is at 6 p.m. tonight. I do not know
Thank
why
you.
Marcus is now French, but he is. Sorry, there's a room full of different accents. It's
He
For us to
changes
keep
every
track at
time. It's
home.
okay.
he's meant
The
to be
time now is
Oh, that Kay can answer that immediately because she knows them.
About 1 p.m.
Yeah.
about 1 p.m. So we're 5 hours out from high tide, and the tide's just coming in. Okay. Looking at actually, Brett makes his way over to the actual rock face and looks like about how high the tide should be. Like, can he get an idea just
the
how ahead
water-
of schedule we are?
Yeah, sure. The area that the water's hitting right now was bone dry.
Mm-hmm.
Do the ships out at sea notice anything?
How would they relay it? We can-
Like, do
Do you
they
want me to
seem
do a
like they're
perception?
trying to get to shore? Or do they seem like they're trying to, like, get further away from land, so that they don't get pushed in if the tides are rising?
So, Valymr, as you go to the butler, you hear a scream. All of you that are inside
it
the
me?
building hear a scream from inside the summit.
Other than yours.
It's Joanna. She seems to be screaming in pain. As this happens, Zep, you get a response from Marcus, and he just says, "Mein Gott, Captain, brace." Breton, you see in front of you, it kind of snap catches your eye as one of the ships from Korzak capsizes, and a wall of water rises up towards the island.
So as I was saying,
Within
no
it-
expense.
Within it, a deep purple glow.
So yeah, Breton just kind of like turns and starts to jog back into the building, sending a message to Kay. So get everyone to shelter, brace for impact. There's a tidal wave coming.
Do we want to be
What
high
the
or low?
fuck is a tidal wave?
What's the proper
James,
prep?
you
High
also
or low?
now see this, and you notice that the other ships around start.
So
going
I
down.
want to share what I just sent a message to Beth about Mage about when I said you know what, I'm not gonna say anything. It's been like 15-20 minutes ago. I was asking, are we about to get Godzilla'd? Is this about what's happening to us?
All the while, it's like a lot of the summit are like now. Oh my god, what's happening? As like oh gosh, I got to remember who's here from the
Everyone's
no from Legrandland who would be doing this.
I'm rushing over to the scream.
Me too.
Yeah, it's Joanna is just like in crippling pain.
I'm
it
extending
seems,
my aura of protection to her.
which does like sort of abate some of it, but she's like beads of sweat
I'm
across her face. You
gonna
see...
cast Sorry, I'm gonna cast Intellect Fortress on Joanna.
Okay. Oh, okay. What can you drop that?
It's a big spell.
Spear Spite's the one of the Warforged who's like he's got loads and loads of medals from like the Star Legion. It's just like kind of like rough, like not rough, but Secret Service getting the president to safety. He's just kind of like, no, yep. It's just kind of straight picks her up, like cradles her out. It starts like trying to head for like the stairs or a quiet room or something. But you cast Intellect Fortress.
So for 1 hour, Joanna has resistance to psychic damage as well as advantage to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saves.
Here's the thing. Joanna's already immune to psychic damage.
Ah.
But the rest is very, very welcome. Yes. Take that information as you will.
Advantage +5 on saving throws then.
Cool. Nice.
I'm just thinking, like, is Joanna like this situation also like when you're near like a psyker that's going crazy or something like that? Is it just like hurting? I'm saying, is it just hurting Kay's head whenever she gets near?
Actually,
Joanna,
Kay, you're the
there's a
first
connection.
to hear this. As a fog of like dissonant whispers hits you.
God.
Your psychic attunement, I think, picks up on it. Maybe it's what Joanna already heard.
So whoever's on the connection, you're keyed in. You haven't let
feedback.
You hear. Well, it hits first like a feedback loop, and then you hear. I have slept for thousands of years, and today we shall get our vengeance.
Kay relays that.
Oh yeah. Kay relays that, and then everybody in the summit hears it one by one. It starts as a deep voice and then is echoed through many voices.
How far out is this thing?
Oh, like the wave? Like
We're screwed.
700 feet
right here.
and closing.
700 feet.
And closing.
Okay. That's fine. I'm going to keep
What you
going.
mean it's fine?
You're floating right now.
I'm going to keep going up, and I'm leveling my rifle. I'm not going down without a fight. And I stared this thing in the eyes already.
I love it. You gotta take a shot at the eyes?
Just take the literal high ground.
Where's the ground in this?
So.
Well, he's
I'll
gonna
remind
find
you
it.
that
Sandbar.
you have a scope on
eyes.
your rifle now, which also means you don't take range penalties.
True. However, it's like gotta be shooting at 22. Fucking, you'll see.
It's okay. It's okay.
That guy's
Behind
better than
too.
nothing.
You're gonna have to have volley sights to get it that
James,
far.
through the scope, you see the eyes, and you see it almost at the back of the wave, rippling crystal of a deep purple, with the winged form, the winged, scaled, crystalline form of a draconic being.
I fucking told you!
So,
Hey, don't worry, guys. Darius is here with his bow.
We're saved. Take the shot, Darius!
He gets an extra D6 on this enemy.
the commotion begins to happen. Some people try to go towards the front door, notice the giant wave, and go,
I was gonna say,
and start rushing back inside.
yeah, Breton would be calling out to evacuate to the far side of the island from the side that he was coming from.
Sure.
So
Who
far
is
side
next
of
to
the
Ruby?
island, up high, second floor, higher.
The tower on the far side of the island, perhaps?
Yeah, there's that large tower that her bedroom is in that we could go into on the far side of the island. If it's
I was
coming in
thinking
from the
more
dock face.
Just distance away from whatever the fuck is coming.
From the dock face, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Who is next to Ruby?
Who would you like to be next to Ruby?
Oh, she was talking to the King of Othray.
I could. I would say he could be close, but also you went to the party and then you moved away. Like, it depends if you moved away from the fish tank.
Well, Joanna is.
Did
is
you
she
go
still...
to Joanna?
No.
No.
Okay.
But Joanna is like this Style Legion veteran is just whoop. He's first out the room. His
Around
PTSD kicked in.
around Ruby, around the King of Othray, and whoever happens to be his entourage.
One person is Philip DeVere. Yeah.
Sure. Boom. Wall of Force is going to come up.
Cool. Okay.
Just because. Dodge. Sorry, I don't dodge tidal waves.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to run to where the Eladrin the Immortal is, which, considering I'm still constant. It's not been 10 minutes since the fish died, so I still have detect poison. So I know I got a blip where he is.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna tell him what's happening and usher him, to run in the opposite direction.
He then, you notice he kind of looks out the window and is like, very Legolas, what do your elf's eyes see? And he says, we do not have time to run. We should brace.
That's what Ruby just did.
All right, well, I'm bracing next to him, and I guess I will cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
No, fuck it, I'm casting it on him. I'm casting Shield of Faith on him.
Very noble of you. Sure. You see him also notice, raise up his, just like whips out the bow, raise it up and fires it straight up towards the ceiling, but you watch the arrow go and like start like seeking
arrow. Arcane Archer.
Yep.
Perhaps the wood elf from Vermintide. Press F through them.
No, he's Rabbit of Men in Tights. Patriot Arrow.
James, you're leveling a gun. Breton, what are you doing?
Breton is ensuring that people are moving away from the immediate zone of impact. Considering most people, I guess, few people are just like, "Yeah, we're not doing that." He's gonna find a secure place to stand and just praise.
Did he get next to Ruby?
I don't even know if he knows where Ruby's at right now.
No, you're probably a good.
You were outside.
You're probably a good 50 feet from each other, perhaps. Maybe.
You didn't wait to throw the War of Force up, so it's not like saving anybody else here.
There are other spellcasters are like throwing up like defensive spells, etc., especially over like their primary wards and stuff. You watch as well as like Godric. He just kind of grabs a marble pillar and like draws his axe. He's like kind of ready. Zep, what are you doing?
I'm trying to work out if my boots of flying require concentration or not.
Oh no, the Skyfire, our gold!
Are the boots of flying, or are they winged boots?
Winged boots.
Winged boots don't require concentration, they just let you fly.
Then I will ignite the jets under my winged boots and go straight out the nearest window.
Okay.
They're not winged boots like Cupid, they're winged boots like an F-16.
Make me an athletics check as you fucking shoulder check a pane glass window. As your slightly nomad self. Kettle, what are you doing?
You'll just be you'll be like a fly that can't get out of.
Well, I mean, I can shoot the window as I go out.
Yeah, sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah. If you want to
dropping a hammer in the water before you hit it from.
You can do that. Oh, what's your fly speed?
I would imagine it's movement speed. No, I'll be dashing, so double.
Okay, so you're on your way out. Kettle, what are you doing? How are you bracing? Are you bracing? Are you just going to go limp and sort of hope the water carries you?
Well, I knew it was going to happen.
Birds who can't fly usually good swimmers.
What are you? Are you going to try and brace, take the impact, or are you going to try and let the waves carry you when that washes in?
I think what happens cinematically is just because she's just left alone by everyone. by all of her friends.
Hope you guys got your own ways to survive.
By all of her friends just all leave her. She just goes.
Friends?
Yeah, I felt that. And then as the thing gets closer, she's just like, I guess somebody just grabs her like around the waist and is held in place because Darius has a harness specially designed to anchor him and hook into an
Yes, he
immovable
does.
rod.
He does. So yes,
he was on.
Darius
he
just
sees what he
sees-
assumes to be a young child alone.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm gonna. Hey, if you're gonna force me to have him here, I'm going to use him.
Yeah,
No,
the
that's
current
it's-
game.
No, it's as well. Like Anton also rushes in and puts up a wall of force as
Teleports
well
away.
over some over various civilians. You see various druids doing various like trying to build like shells of wood and tree to like kind of make it like almost protective domes of vine, and people like throwing up vines over the windows as well just to try and batten down the hatches as floods of water. You see the water levels as well of the ocean is still rising as well with this, and you see like there's now a light level of water across the water as you see the wave just block out light from the front of the building. James, you have a scope. Do you want to take a shot before the water crashes?
Yeah, I want to try and get a shot off at this thing.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Roll on attack.
All right. Here goes nothing. It's a 15.
That misses. Now, we leave off.
It looks like a little bolt of lightning that streaks across the sky.
Just fizzles into the water. As the wall of water hits, revealing to you, James, a gigantic, amphibious, amethyst ancient dragon filled with tendrils of the void. We're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. So, all I've got left to do is thank the people who've been playing with me. I've been joined by the wonderful Lord Lambert, DM Lake, Commissar Roach, Kinda Odder, Mordred Viking, and Bethany Rose. We're normally joined by Ghibli Jam. My name is Midgeman. I have been your chronicler for this evening. This has been the Elendor Chronicles here on the Component Cast. And we may or may not have one more session, or this will be where we pick up for the beginning of Season 4. So, either way, we're going to have a big old combat to round out the season, or you'll have to wait that and see where the waves carry us next time. Bye-bye.
Well, the good news is it's going to be really easy to convince them now. You say